The Shophetim series. The Cult of Raum. Intro. Shophetim series. This series will be based on the various judges, or Shophetim, and their missions. Each book features one or more of the various modern-day judges. In ancient times, God raised up judges to deal with his people, to not only to judge and enforce the laws, but to help defend and destroy the enemy. Now, the time has come for the judges to return. The supernatural have always walked beside the natural human world, but due to the incline of darkness rising, it was time for the judges to make a return to defend the innocent and dish out justice. Modern-day judges still do much as the old ways. All trace their lineage back to the 12 tribes of Israel. They serve as leaders and execute the laws in the land they govern. Not man's laws, but God's. Most major cities have one judge, and that judge is replaced by the oldest sibling. If there is more than one sibling, they have the option of becoming a wandering judge. The wandering judges wander about the world to help other judges, towns, agencies, and individuals with dishing out law and order, as well as the Lord's vengeance and justice. Most judges have their unique abilities, granted unto them individually by God based on their talents, but all can see into the spirit realm. The judges have power to decide justice and punishment right then and there on the spot, while agents must bring the creature in, unless it is a life or death situation. Basically, agents are the police and judges are the judges. Like the judicial system, their word is the last. They are often aided by angels in taking down the strongholds and powers of darkness. Two kingdoms are at war, the light and the dark, each having rank and armies. The judges are the generals. It is black and white, there is no gray area. I wanted to make it clear that the agents of the darkness are not cool, hip or awesome. Evil is evil, but in these times, evil is called good and good evil. Jesus said that would happen, but in this series, I call it how it is. All evil and powers given by Satan are darkness. All witchcraft, speaking with the dead, divination, horoscopes, etc., it is not of God. Most do not understand or want to believe. The dead are dead. These so-say ghosts are just crafty demons. People have a chance to repent, turn from their ways, and strive to live for God. They are given this chance, but if they deny it, the sentence is given by the judge. Judges, -2:11-23. Am, comma, 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 comma. Judges of the past. Most Shophetim or judges acted primarily as military leaders in times of war. The leaders were thought of as being sent by God to deliver the people from a threat. After the threat had passed, Shophetim were generally expected to give up their position as military leaders. They were most likely tribal or local leaders, contrary to the Deuteronomistic historians' portrayal of them as leaders of all of Israel, but their authority was recognized by local groups or tribes beyond their own. Be followed when a person is killed by an unknown murderer, and his body is found in a field, which underscores the responsibility of the community and its leaders, not only for what they do, but also for what they might have prevented from being done. Judges of today. The story of the judges seems to describe successive individuals, each from a different tribe of Israel, described as chosen by God to rescue the people from their enemies and establish justice. The book of Judges mentions 12 leaders who judged Israel: Othniel, Ehud, Shamgar, Deborah, Gideon, Tola, Jephthah, Ibzan, Elon, Abdon, and Samson. The judges today can each trace their lineage back to the original judges of ancient times. The first of the modern judges began in the 1800s. Only a few humans were given the power of the judges. Among them were Catherine the Great, Daniel Boone, Wyatt Earp, and many more across the globe. During the 1900s, they judges gathered together in Jerusalem and created an elder group of judges that would govern the others and pass laws as well as judgment. This was known as the Cowd, or Council. Chapter 1. Michael Bryce the Devoted. Tiny rays of light peeked through the scattered trees of the Tennessee forest on a warm spring day. Birds chirped in the distance as wildflowers bloomed along the thick green bottom, adding a little color and sweet aroma to the area. A tiny creek of water bubbled and flowed through the patch of clear ground that broke out of the thick forest trees. It had begun to carve its path through the forest floor, pushing along dirt and leaves as it did. It winded its way from the larger creek a few miles away and stopped at a large rock formation. The boulders were overgrown with moss, grass, and even a fallen tree. The water suddenly was disturbed as a pig hoof ran through it. The peaceful silence of the forest was now filled with sounds of children hollering and the pigs screeching. 10-year-old Michael was quick on the pig's trail. His two sisters were not far behind him as the children made their way through the forest. After the creature, the young boy had a small gladiator sword in his hand as he chased after the beast, which was triple his size. Mike was an average size for a 10-year-old, so this pig was massive. It would have given a grown man a scare and run for his money, so for the boy to be so bold to chase it, it took bravery. "Get it, Mikey." A faint girl's voice could be heard in the distance behind him in the thick forest. The girls were trying their best to keep up with their brother, but they were having trouble trying to cut through the thick foliage. Michael and the pig made it out to the small clearing, and the pig ran straight for the boulders. The thing was now cornered and mad as a hornet. It turned and reared up, letting out an inhuman scream. This scream was terrifying, and it was not even an animal scream, but more demonic. The horrific smell and sound along with the way the thing reared up caused Mike to slide to a stop and trip over himself. He fell backwards into the small stream of water with a thud. Still gripping his sword, Michael began to crawl backwards away from the animal. Mike reached up and pushed his now wet chocolate hair from his eyes as he watched in horror as the massive thing came closer. Black smoke curled from its gripping tusks, giving it an even more terrifying sight. The young boy's heart pounded in his chest as he gasped in fear as the thing continued to advance towards him. All he could do was grip his sword as he laid there in the water as fear struck. Panic overtook him, and only the sound of the ringing in his ears from his heartbeat could be heard. It was as if time stopped along with the sounds. No birds' chirps, no water sloshing, or even the trees swaying in the slight breeze. Even the sounds of his sisters approaching was drowned out by the huffing of the creature and the pounding of his drumbeat heart. The pig's mouth unhinged like a snake and opened with sharp teeth aligning the inside. It let out another scream, flinging saliva and debris all over the already soaked Michael. As the pig was about to lunge and attack, arrows flew over Michael's head and landed in the mouth, snout, and eye of the pig. The thing screeched again and stumbled backwards as more arrows shot into it. Michael finally broke out of the deer-in-headlights stare and turned his head to see his two older sisters firing their crossbow and bow at the pig. A dozen or so arrows peppered the pig as he stumbled and fell to the ground dead. Black blood and black smoke fell out of each arrow hole, as well as the pig's mouth and eyes as it lay there dying. The older and taller girl holding the crossbow made her way towards the pig with a large knife in hand. Her auburn hair swayed in the breeze as she walked closer toward the beast unafraid. The other girl, who was around the same height and age as Michael, bent over to help her brother up. She had the same chocolate brown hair color as him, but her long hair was braided on each side of her face, dripping down her shoulders. "What are you doing down there, Mikey? Geez. You are supposed to kill the demon, not play chicken." She helped her brother up on his feet, then turned to watch her sister finish off the pig with the knife. The young teen turned and eyed her little brother. "You should have stayed with us, you could have been hurt." She fussed at him as she placed the knife back in her belt. "Trish is right, we needed to stick together on this one." The younger girl spoke. Michael still couldn't take his eyes off the dead creature as both his sisters continued to speak. His sword was still gripped in his hands that were still shaking. Only when a deeper male voice spoke is when Michael snapped out of his daze. "Michael, you all right, son?" The children's father made his way out of the tree line and towards his son. He was in his early 40s and donned the same auburn hair color as Trish. The two girls were arguing back and forth as their father knelt in front of Michael. He kept contact with his son and helped him come back to reality. He slowly took the sword from the boy's hand. "Maxine, take this," he told the younger girl to take the sword from him. Maxine still argued with Trish as she took the sword from her father. "Hey, it is okay, son. You are all right." A warm smile from his father eased Michael's nerves. "You did good for your first time. Just next time be assertive. They are way more scared of you. Remember what I taught you. We are not given a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind." Finishing his father's words, Michael looked down at his wet boots. He felt like a failure. "Hey, it is okay. As long as you learned something, you didn't fail." His father stood up and used his hand to ruffle his son's wet hair playfully. He was right, but Michael still felt upset for letting his father down. His sisters had scolded him and that didn't help either. Most times the three got along, but every now and then they would fight. It was a normal thing for siblings to argue. Most of the time it was over normal stuff, but sometimes what they fought about was different compared to what people call normal. Their father was doing his best to raise his children like how he was, as a judge. God's human generals in the army to take on the supernatural. "I'm the oldest, I am 14, you are 11, so I am the next judge in charge, Max." Trish screamed. "Hey." Judge Bryce raised his voice a bit to get the two girls' attention. He then softened his voice as he spoke. "You will all be judges one day. Remember what I said about flaunting yourself." He glared at Trish. She folded her arms. "What did I say?" he asked again, wanting her to reply. "We are humans, not peacocks." She mumbled. Max laughed and circled around Trish, yelling and flapping her arms to mimic a peacock. "Look at me. Look at me." The younger girl Max yelled and squawked obnoxiously. Trish rolled her eyes so hard you swore they would get stuck. Michael and his father laughed as they watched Maxine pick fun at Trish. "Okay, Max, stop. Let's get those arrows out and bury this thing." The dad walked towards the beast. "Jim, Vincent, Bryce, you better not get my babies in harm's way." An echo of a female voice could be heard in the distance. Jim paused and rolled his eyes like Trish. Like a father, like daughter. Trish took after Jim, her father, in looks, while the other two took after their mother. "They are fine, Penny. "Just give us a few and we will be done," he yelled back at his wife. He had left her to look after the car as he went with his children to hunt this demon. Jim and his daughters began to pull arrows from the giant hide of the pig. "Is it gone?" Max asked, a bit leery at being by the thing. "Well, yeah, demons need a body." Max G's Trish continues to fuss at her sister. "It's a body, Trish," she argued back. They exchanged a few more words, but hushed when their father gave them a glare. Michael shook his head and joined his father and siblings in removing the arrows. Michael was from the judge line of Ehud and was taught from a noticeably young age about his family heritage. Jim taught all his children everything about God, about being a judge, the creatures and other enemies they would run into, and how to deal with each. War stories, as well as the history of how Lucifer and the Baals, or fallen angels, were defeated time and time again, were Michael's bedtime stories, as well as history lessons. The Bible, as well as stories about the fallen. Especially the story on how before the flood, 200 fallen angels experimented with not only the human race, but with the animals and plants, making the supernatural creatures that plagued the world today. How the giants, the offspring of those angels, when they died in the flood, became the disembodied spirits known as demons. Michael was always so fascinated by these stories, and could not wait to grow up and take his place in the army of God. Michael had a normal childhood. His mother Penny and father Jim were both in the picture, as well as his two older sisters Trish and Maxine. His father was an engineer, and his mother was a stay-at-home mom who worked part-time at a daycare facility. Judges often had normal everyday lives, however, some often dove headfirst in their duties. Michael's father Jim was not like that. His judge duties were important, but God and his family came first. Not much activity crept up among the city they lived in. Even though Jim Bryce often had to deal with things, it did not interfere or take over his life. The supernatural was there, but it didn't really become too much of an issue until recently. Michael grew into an average young man. His dark chestnut hair and eyes took after his mother, while his wide smile and charming attitude took after his father. He was outgoing and optimistic, along with a good heart and soft tone of voice. Like his father, he often joked to ease a tense situation, and was always a kind young man, eager to help anyone in need. When he was not exploring the outdoors, his nose was buried in a book. After high school, Michael attended college where he met Grace, his best friend and on and off girlfriend. The two were inseparable, only having each other as friends most of the time. Michael attended classes to become an archaeologist, and oftentimes was spent at the library or Grace's father's bookstore. Stories of the past and past civilizations intrigued Michael, and his love for history kept him focused on his goal. Not only was it a passion, but these studies would help him in his final decision to become a wandering judge in the future. Michael's father trained him and his two sisters, not only in the history and ways of the Shophet, or judge, but in the ways of combat. Being the youngest, Michael would have to pick up the role of a wandering judge. His oldest sister Trish was given the right of judge in their city of Knoxville. The eldest always had the choice of becoming the main judge. If they declined, the next in line would take that role. The other siblings with these abilities were still trained and given the opportunity to become judges. They could stay and help the eldest or become a wandering judge. Wandering judges would branch out and help others throughout the world, not just the city or state they were from. Mike was also taught to follow the rules and guidelines set in the good book, the Bible, as well as the laws of the land. Most laws were the same as the human laws, but there were special laws in dealing with supernatural beings. World governments knew about such beings, but each branch had their own way of dealing with them. No single world government in dealing with just the supernatural was declared yet, but in time there would be a need for one. Only the judges and their elder judges were the only organization that came together to fight this darkness. The only thing Mr. Bryce could not teach his son was the abilities he would be gifted. Each judge received a unique skill besides the basic skills of seeing into the spiritual realm when they became an adult, between the ages of 13 and 20. These extraordinary spiritual gifts, often termed charismatic gifts, are the word of wisdom, the word of knowledge, increased faith, the gifts of healing, the gift of miracles, prophecy, discernment of spirits, diverse kinds of tongues, interpretation of tongues. To these are added the gifts of apostles, prophets, teachers, helps, connected to service of the poor and sick, and governments, or leadership ability, which are connected with certain offices in the church as well as the judges. Other gifts given at times are strength, like in the line of Samson. These gifts are given by the Holy Spirit and unique to individuals. The gifts are related to both seemingly natural abilities and seemingly more miraculous abilities, empowered by the Holy Spirit. Not their powers, but powers granted unto them through Christ. As long as they stayed under his authority, through him they were granted these. If a judge ever left his faith and denied his God, his powers would leave as well. The people under the kingdom of darkness had powers as well. Not as great as God's, but Satan granted them powers who would serve him. The price was high to obtain them. Mike was given not only the sight, able to see the spirit world, but ability to make weapons much like Judge Ehud. Judges 3:12-30. Ehud was sent to the Moabite king Eglon, on the pretext of delivering the Israelites annual tribute. He made a double-edged short sword about a cubit, 18 inches, long, useful for a stabbing thrust. A left-handed man, Ehud tricked Eglon, king of Moab, and killed him. The sword disappeared into the wound of the large king, and Ehud left it there. Ehud was a judge and a member of the tribe of Benjamin. Much like Ehud, Michael is also left-handed and gifted with the ability to make weapons. Not just those that could kill natural human enemies, but it allowed combat against the supernatural. When Michael turned 20, he left home. The crowd in Jerusalem gave him permission to become a wandering judge, and he was trained by another wandering judge, Judge Ryden Stevenson. Ryden was a judge from the line of Samson of the tribe of Dan, who joined the fight in the war against the darkness to protect God's children. Ryden left his human servitude in the Marines of Earth and joined God's army, to be a judge, or a Shophet. Ryden is a skilled captain and general. He lays down the law and demands it to be followed. Michael, being obedient and loyal, followed and trained with Ryden for many years. The two formed a close friendship and brotherhood. Their journeys took them all over the world, and Michael was able to meet several people. Although the journeys were exciting, he did often miss home. This country boy never thought he would see the world like this, let alone the danger and darkness that surrounded it. Arabia, June 6, 2012. The 30-year-old Michael and his 43-year-old mentor Ryden had just been dispatched to the outskirts of Dubai. The count sent them on the mission to stop a growing group of Magi, who took up residence along the desert caves. Michael and Ryden were sent on the Magi mission right smack in the middle of the Arabian desert. The Middle East has always been center stage for not only world conflict, but religious and supernatural ones as well. The main reason being Israel was God's chosen people, and all creation started around these countries. The powers of darkness always wanted to take over and rule over God's people. Satan might be the god of this world, but the God of the universe and creation had final say. The kingdom of darkness was doomed from the beginning, but yet it tries to defile and bring as many souls into destruction as they can. Most go along willingly, selling themselves for temporary riches, while their eternal soul hangs in the balance. It was the trouble most judges and others in the army had dealing with others who did not understand. Most didn't care while others didn't believe. Everyone was given free will and a choice. Choose a side, the light or the darkness. Although many are clueless to the invisible war that has been fought since the fall, the world was starting to wake up. The hidden was coming to light, and it was all part of a bigger plan. To deceive even the very elect if possible. The judges only knew of the partial plan, for the so-said saviors from other worlds to arrive and grant mankind wonders. Wonders of immortality, powers, and other things just as long as they worshipped them, like in the days of old. Stone idols and gods traded in for space brothers. Lies from the beginning that humans could be as gods themselves. Lies that the aliens created mankind. The kingdom of darkness was growing and spilling over into the scene, but the kindness of light would be there to stop it. The judges as well as others were on the front line. The Magi were men so overtaken with the dark Magi that jinn inhabited their bodies and controlled them. An ancient order and dark power that had a stronghold on the area. Jinns in Arabic lore is a type of interfering spirit, often demon-like. Most of the time they are mistaken for a genie, since they are often captured and made to grant the magician's wishes. After the wishes are granted, most jinn take over the host body. The jinn were just a subgroup of the demons, and they ran rampant in these parts. The 2 judges and 4 Arabic soldiers were dropped in the world's biggest sandbox. The mission was to track down and take out the Dark Magi group, responsible for the current magic terrorist acts on not only the country, but the world. This disease of black magic needed to be weeded out and snuffed at the root. You think ISIS is bad? Try fighting men who not only have guns, but could cast a nasty spell that could make your insides bleed for a week, until you succumb to an agony of death. Michael was fairly new to the judge position. Even though he had trained since childhood, Michael had only been in the field a couple years training beside Raiden. Mike was a go-getter and a quick learner. He was devoted to his calling and did his best to learn every aspect of it. Raiden was a great teacher. He was patient and kept his cool in sticky situations. Raiden was stern but not harsh. He expected the best and required the men under him to do their job correctly. The morning sun blazed over my head as Michael and Raiden made their way through the sea of sand. I don't know Raiden, I am not used to all this sand and sun. A Tennessee boy like me is more at home in the woods. Michael chuckled as he wiped the beads of sweat from his red nose and brow. He then did a quick pass with the rag on his short trim beard, before tying the rag around his dark hair. His superior and trainer, Raiden, was way darker in complexion. Raiden let a small smile form on his normally hardened face. Well, I am from London, Mike, so you know this heat is a killer. His deep raspy voice spoke softly as he walked along beside Michael. Mike was similar to Raiden. Both were often quiet and to themselves, but Michael was a little more outgoing. Raiden was often stern and only spoke when he needed to. Mike was a bit more laid back and commented on a joke or two to lighten the mood. The two judges made their way toward the caravan of camels. The local government sent out their top soldiers to aid the judges in this mission. The world governments do their best to keep these supernatural beings covered up, but the darkness is bleeding through at such an alarming rate, it is hard to keep it silent. You have got to be kidding me. Michael sighed deeply as he wiped the sweat from his brow. His breath was rapid after the uphill climb in the sand. His clothes ran wet and stuck to his skin as his beard glistened with sand and salty sweat. How much further? He complained to his superior Judge Ryden. The other soldiers laughed. They spoke to each other in their native tongue, but Mike couldn't understand. He just twisted his face in a forced smile and glanced at Ryden. As Ryden kept his eyes in the distance and destination. Ryden's dark skin lined with sweat as well, but the son of Samson didn't mind. What is the matter, Michael? Missing the office already? Ryden joked in his British accent. Michael normally had comebacks, but he was too tired and hot for any of it. He waved him off as he took out his water bottle and downed half of it. The 21st century, you think they would upgrade? Michael complained about the location the enemy decided to take. The caves where the Magi were almost looked like a mirage in the distance. Jagged brown cliffs jetted out from the endless orange sand dunes. Take 5, gents, we have a few more miles until we reach the main camp of the Magi. It will be dangerous, but I am sure you are all well qualified for this mission. Ryden told the others as they took a knee in the sand. You didn't have to tell Michael twice. He sat on the ground and groaned to himself. Michael looked up to Ryden. He was serious at most times, but he was an upstanding and well-knowledgeable guy. The other soldiers with them were typical. A few wise cracks, a major uptight on and the other a loner. Michael for the most part kept to himself. He talked when he needed to, and most times did so to raise spirits. It was a tough mission, so a little laughter was needed at times. Michael's eye wandered from the group over towards the menacing caves. He knew death laid in wait for some of these guys. The feeling came over him like a quick chill. Normally he could predict these things, and 90% of the time he was correct. Ryden, you know some of them won't make it out. He spoke up towards the other judge. Ryden nodded. Yes, I know. It is our duty to stop evil at all cost. They know the cost. Michael glanced at the others as Ryden spoke. All right, lads, let's go. Ryden spoke up and helped Michael up from the ground. Keep this between us. Fear is the absence of faith, and they need their faith. Michael nodded at the wise words spoken and followed them down the sand dune. It took a few moments for Michael's eyes to adjust to the darkness. The cool cave was a much-needed relief, but what lurked inside was far from welcoming. The 4 soldiers followed behind the 2 judges. Michael felt very uneasy and knew the Magi were close. He slung his gun on his side and reached behind his back to retrieve his sword. The sword was handcrafted by him, and it had the ability to kill the supernatural. Michael noticed Ryden clench his fist along with the knuckle gauntlets Michael made specially for him. Ryden's power was his strength, much like Samson, so Mike had crafted him a special set of gauntlets. Since Ryden was more hands-on and power, they were the best weapon for him. Mike also crafted the judge's special bullets, but being in the dark and close quarters, the hands-on approach was best. A few soldiers gained courage and began to venture off in another direction. It wasn't smart, but they need to find the right pocket in which the creatures were held up in. All that could be heard was the slow drip of water and the deep breathing of the two men behind him. Michael gripped the leather handle of his gladius-type sword. The hilt was wrapped in a dark green leather with gold trim, the colors of the flag of the tribe of Benjamin. The bronze steel had etchings of wolves running. Benjamin was described as a ravenous wolf by his father, and his tribe became known for their ferocity in battle. Most judges wore their tribe's colors or representation either as patches, clothing, or on weapons. What happened next happened fast. All Michael saw was the snake-like pattern on Raiden's gauntlets, rushing past him and colliding with the being. The thing burst in an inhuman scream and puff of smoke. Soon, sand and screams filled the low-lit cave, as the trained soldiers were being slaughtered by the unseen foe. The judges could see them, but the others could not. The Magi were teleporting in and out trying to kill all the men. Michael snapped out of the brief shock and began to swing his sword. The blade made contact with a few Magi, and the creatures exploded with puffs of black smoke. A few of the beings were taken down with bullets from the remaining soldier, and even a large rock that Raiden had thrown, but even the highly trained men were no match for this. Michael paused and could see more crawling out from the darkness like roaches. "Raiden!" Mike called out as he slashed another. Raiden grabbed a Magi by the throat and turned to glance at Michael. "We have to bring this place down," Raiden commanded. Mike stabbed one last Magi before he ran towards the last soldier alive. "The explosives, do you have them?" Mike asked as the man frantically looked in his bag. A Magi teleported behind Michael, but his blade was there to greet it. "The explosives, hurry!" Mike called out to the man to get him to focus on the task, and not the chaos around him. The only way to end this was for Raiden to bring the whole cave system down on top of them. They didn't have enough explosives, the rest of the men were taken and or dead. "Raiden, you are going to have to help with the collapse," Michael called out as he helped the soldier prepare the explosives. Raiden nodded and began punching out the thick rock columns that held up the cave. No mere man could do this, but Raiden's gift of strength and the special-made gauntlets helped him to achieve this feat. Mike and the remaining soldier began to toss small explosions, as Raiden continued smashing the main beams that held the cave up. The only soldier left was caught by the leg and dragged into the darkness, his screams echoing in the void. Mike was about to follow the agent, but the charges began to blow. The force from the explosions made Mike fly back and hit the rock wall with a great thud. The judge fell to his knees as his sword clanged in the rock beside him. In his dazed and confused state, he watched the rocks crumble and start to fall around him. The screams of the dead and dying soldiers still echoing in his ears. This was such a horrible mission gone south. As Michael sat against the cold stone wall, he thought about how this was it. The end of him, the short-lived judge life would be claimed by a cave-in. Out of nowhere he watched a dark-skinned hand grab his shoulder and start to drag him towards the light of the tunnel. Michael quickly grabbed his sword and allowed Raiden to help him out of the cave. The bright sunlight mixed with sand and debris as Raiden smacked Mike lightly. "Michael," his deep British accent waking the young judge from his concussion. Michael shook the sand from his face and let out a deep sigh. "Quick thinking about the cave-in," Raiden complimented the young judge. "Yeah, just wish." Michael paused as he sheathed his sword. "Wish the men lived. It is war, Michael. There will be casualties." Raiden spoke in a compassionate tone. Michael nodded in understanding. At least the Magi are gone, well, most of them. Michael turned to face Raiden. The Arabian government will send in their men to make sure, but I believe most of the Magi are taken care of. Come, we need to get back before dark. Raiden beckoned Michael to follow him back towards the camels. Chapter 2, 2019. Mike stared at the blank legal pad, almost lost in the yellow paper. The young judge was sitting at his desk in one of the small buildings the Cowd or Judges Group owned. They were scattered all over the world and various countries. If given a place for the local judges to meet, discuss cases, and store knowledge. A safe place for all judges to be. A barrack or office building of sorts. A base of types you could call it, but in plain sight. He was trying to think of what to write and how to word everything. The letter was to his old buddy whom he hadn't seen or spoken to in forever. The past years were all about learning about being a judge. He barely had time for himself or family. Grace was a university student who helped him with most of his studies. The judges learned how to research much of their missions and enemies, and Michael from his early teens until he left with Raiden stayed in the library. Combat was important, but so was studies. He had strong feelings for Grace, but never took them farther than friendship, and a few dates as boyfriend and girlfriend. Being a new judge, Mike knew he would not have time for a relationship, nor would it be too safe for the girl. Judges were not banned from marriage, it was just difficult to have such relationships. Also, Michael thought Grace was uninterested in him in that way. The pen tapped on the paper rapidly as Michael ran a hand through his thick hair. Mike knew if he didn't write something down, anything, it would never get written. Taking his pen in his hand, he began to write. Dear Grace, I know you are old-fashioned, and rather me write to you like in those romantic movies you enjoy so much. I haven't heard from you in a while, and I hope everything is all right at the university. I do miss our all-night studies we would have. Every time I pick up a book, I think of you. Thank you again for sending me those books on the Watchmen. It was a fascinating read and study. I should be getting vacation soon and was thinking of making my way to see you. You still work part-time at that old books store. Surprised that old man doesn't give you that shop, you run it better than him. I have a ton of stories to swap, as well as looking forward to catching up with you. So hopefully you can find the time to write back or pick up the phone. I know you don't like the whole modern tech, but it would be nice to hear from my best friend, if not my only one. You know I am not much of a people person. Anyways, I hope to hear from you soon. Sincerely, Mike. Mike signed the letter when he was finished and shoved it into an envelope. He tossed the envelope on top of his closed laptop and sighed. He missed Grace and often wondered what she was up to. He was always so busy with his duties, his personal life took a back seat. It wasn't healthy, and he knew the stress would get to him if he didn't take time to relax and unwind, but it was hard with everything that was going on. Between the supernaturals running rampant and the government calling the judge in to help, as well as the other case files piling up on his desk, Michael couldn't find the time for anything. Michael was finally on his own, which made things even more stressful. Raiden was called to New Orleans while Michael was sent to Austin, Texas. The crowd of high judges thought Michael was ready to be solo. He was to meet with the FBI and be assigned a mission, but for some reason there was a hold-up on the process. The judge sighed and stood from his chair. He places his hands on his back and leaned backwards to crack it. I'm going out for lunch. Be back in an hour. he told another judge in the room as he grabbed the letter, along with some other paperwork he had to send off. A letter from Grace came 2 weeks from when Mike had mailed her. It sounded grimacing and urgent, as it asked for Mike to show up in person to her apartment. So, Mike took time off to head down to Tennessee. The judge Mike took the drive down to his hometown. He hated flying, and because it gave him an opportunity to be alone with himself. After arriving home, he unpacked at his parents' home. He quickly chatted with his parents before heading to Grace's. His 2 sisters were at work, so he would catch up with them later. The 6'3" agent was all nerves. He may have been tall, most calling him giant, but he was really a big teddy bear. He hadn't seen Grace in a very long time, and only kept in touch through snail mail. Mike always had feelings for the librarian, but knew his job kept them apart. Knocking on the door, Mike brushed his hair behind his ear, and tried to push the butterflies that were flapping in his stomach away. The judge still had the beard from when we were overseas, it was just now a bit more groomed and maintained. As he waited, Michael thought of the other things he had to do while in town. He needed to talk to his hometown pastor, take his parents and sisters out to supper, and the whole hometown welcomed home for the week. Midway through his thoughts, Grace opened the door. Mike froze in place and swallowed hard. Grace stood before him, but he almost didn't recognize her. She was pale and was looking a bit thinner than the last time he saw her. Grace gave him a weak smile and reached up to hug him. He embraced her back and could tell she was a bit weaker as well. "Come on in, big guy." The 5-foot-tall Grace spoke softly as she beckoned him inside. Mike followed behind her, closing the door. She wrapped her long blonde hair in a bun as she led Michael into her tiny living room. It was warm and homey. Books littered the room and the smell of honeysuckle circled. "It has been a while. I missed you a lot. Especially after the last Doctor Who season." Grace chuckled as she plopped on the sofa. The 2 were big nerds and had so much in common. Grace didn't watch as much TV as Mike, but the few shows she did, Mike did as well. Michael stood nervously in the middle of her living room glancing around. "So, how is everything? Those demons giving you hell?" she asked as she shuffled to one side of her couch. Grace patted the seat beside her. "Sit, make yourself at home." He stood awkwardly in front of her for a moment. He didn't know why, the 2 were old friends, and he almost felt stupid for feeling awkward. "Yeah, work is keeping me pretty busy with them and those other cases." Mike slid his hands in his pockets and glanced around the room before sitting down. "What about you?" he asked as he sunk into the couch beside her. "Still running that library?" His smile faded when he noticed her blank stare. "Mikey, I am dying." She almost choked up as the words fell from her weak voice. She grasped her blanket and squeezed it to stop herself from crying. Mike could feel his heart sink into his gut. A lump began to form in his throat as tears wanted to escape his own eyes, but with everything he had, he held them back. Why? The words stumbled out. He didn't know what to say. The shock of her words and the realization of what she said swelled inside his head. "I have a brain tumor which is inoperable. The doctor gave me a few weeks to live, a month if I was lucky. They tried chemo and stuff, but I couldn't take the sickness, and it made he so weak." The judge watched her sob into her blanket. "I am so sorry, I didn't know how to tell you," Grace cried. He reached out and placed a hand on the side of her face. "Hey, it is all right. Scooting closer towards her, he wrapped his arm around her for comfort. Grace leaned her head on his chest slowly. I wish I would have told you earlier, so we could have been together longer, but I was scared you wouldn't come, that you would just forget about me. The words pricked Mike's heart as he felt guilty for not being around. Grace, I am so sorry. I am sorry for not being around, for not being here for you when you needed me most. He could feel a few warm tears escape his eyes. But I am here now, and I am not leaving. Michael knew his duties were very important, but his friend and the only girl he loved was dying. Grace stopped crying and wiped her eyes. I know you just got here, and it is a big shock. Grace paused as Michael sat silently beside her. Why don't you go get settled in with your parents and come back later, huh? Michael leaned back on the couch and held her close. I will. He spoke softly but didn't move. He stayed there until nightfall, the two catching up on old times, and Michael didn't leave until she fell asleep. That night in his old bedroom, Mike almost fell to his face as he prayed to God. Prayer was his morning and nightly route, but today he wept uncontrollably. His best friend and his love were dying. He feared God and knew better than to blame him or, worst of all, curse him. Yes, it was painful, but it was his will. God's ways are not man's, and Mike knew this. Not many in his situation would have acted this way, but he was blessed with knowledge and understanding. Instead of begging for her life, or cursing his creator, Mike simply asked for two requests. He asked God to at least grant him 2 weeks with her. That Grace would not be in pain during those 2 weeks, and that if she passed, she would pass in bliss. Chapter 3. Grace sat staring outside the window watching the rain fall. Michael sat across from her, gazing at her, his heart thumping with love as well as heartache. She was dying, and if it was God's will, then there would be nothing for him to do about it. He couldn't blame himself for lost time or lose himself thinking about what could have been. Right now he needed to live in this moment, the remaining moments he would have with Grace. Without another thought, Michael took the ribbon from her bookmark that dangled out one of the various books. He then stood and knelt beside her. What is this? Grace asked as she watched Michael wrap and tie the cream color ribbon around her finger. I want you to marry me. Mike spoke softly as he continued to tie it. Mike, no, I am. Grace tried to stop him, but Michael shushed her. Grace, I love you. I have always loved you. Ever since I laid eyes on you in the library. The way you looked so into your book. Your sweet smile and kind heart. The way you sit and stare into those book pages, lost in your own world. I am sorry for not being around, and I know I should have, and I should have done this earlier, but I am here now, and I want to marry you, Grace. Michael's sad brown and loving eyes glanced into her blue sunken ones. She sniffled and cried a little as she nodded. I will get you a ring later, I just wanted to ask you now. Michael smiled as he kissed her softly. No, no, I rather this. She smiled, glancing down at the small ribbon around her ring finger. They were married a few days later. The wedding was quite simple and small. Grace's parents had died when she was a baby, and her uncle had raised her. She didn't have much family other than a few cousins and close friends. Their hometown pastor presided over the ceremony in the fall-colored trees on one of the local farms. Their honeymoon wouldn't be extravagant, as Grace wanted to stay close to home, being she was very sick. The young woman was happy she was able to walk down the aisle without help. Mike believed sex was for marriage, so this would be his first, but last time he would ever be with a woman. Grace was his true love, and he was almost too late to be with her. It didn't matter if they only had 2 weeks with each other, he would cherish them, and would never share this intimacy with anyone else. The short time they had together, they made the most of it. The two were out and about exploring the local wildlife and natural areas. When Grace began to get weaker and frail, Michael was by her side, feeding her and even reading her favorite book to her, The Count of Monte Cristo. Michael never left her side. Exactly 2 weeks later, Grace passed away in her sleep. God answered Mike's requests in allowing them to have 2 weeks, and her to pass peacefully. Like their wedding, the funeral was small. Raum took a break from his case to be there for his friend and brother. He knew what Michael was going through. He himself lost a wife. Thank you, Raum, for showing up. Michael kept his eyes on the gravestone etched with Grace Bryce. Of course. Raum stood beside him. She was a lovely woman, I would have liked to have met her. Raum placed a hand on Mike's shoulder to confront his grieving friend. Yeah, she would have liked you. Mike smiled through a couple tears. I was blessed to have some time with her. Michael held her favorite book in his hands. I give you this, Michael, you do have an optimistic look on things. It is a blessing, really. Raum gave him a rare warm smile. I have to, otherwise I would be a mess. Michael's thumb traced the lettering on the book in his hands. Raum didn't really know what else to say, so he placed his hands in his pockets and stood silently beside Michael. Michael slipped the book in his hands into the satchel that hung from his shoulder. He knew he would have to get back to his duties, and back to the good fight. Not only did he have to go back to work and deal with the cases, but now he would have Grace on his mind. The cases were stressing, being most were dealing with the paranormal, but what was more stressing was the new case for the judge. He needed to meet up with Joseph Antonello in the FBI branch in Austin. They were finally opening a paranormal division and needed the judge to aid them. Everything, of course, would be done in silence and the utmost secrecy, being as they did not want to disclose this type of knowledge to the public. Much like the Men in Black, everything was hush-hush and kept as if it didn't exist. This was a must in order to prevent chaos. Many knew of the supernatural while others denied it. Both sides of the coin tried to keep it secret, but during the last decade the kingdom of darkness was slowly bleeding into normal life. The last line of defense were the judges and the few government agencies who were aware. Other smaller factions were formed by a few individuals in various communities and churches, but the judges were the most capable of taking on this challenge. Michael made his way from Tennessee towards Austin. On the way he would take a few stops to rest and read a file on the mission he was given. He was to meet up with FBI agent Antonello to discuss the recent cult activities that plagued the state of Texas. The only worry Mike had was having to deal with grief while on the mission. He didn't want himself or anyone to be compromised by his feelings. Raum had faith in him and knew Michael would put the duties of a judge before his feelings. The Bureau tried to handle it on their own, but when the paranormal aspect reared its head, the judges were called. The events that occurred was a hard blow to the agency, so they didn't want another fiasco to occur. Calling the judges in were the only choice they had. Chapter 4. Joseph Antonello the Persistent. A year ago, Mitch, you got to stay with me. Joseph ignored his own burning pain that throbbed in his side. The same bullet that grazed him went straight into the gut of his partner Mitch. His mentor laid bleeding as bullets whizzed by. Joe managed to pull him out of direct fire, but it was still in vain. No help could get through this war zone. The high-end cult meeting that was supposed to be shut down at the Ritz Hotel in downtown Austin turned into a bloodbath. The FBI was involved due to racketeering and arms dealings, but Joe knew there was a darker side. The satanic side, and the leader, the very demon from his past. Demon as in a literal demon. No, not the horns and pointy tail, that was modern fairy tales. Demons are disembodied spirits and have taken human hosts. Most people often scoffed and ridiculed Joseph for his beliefs and knowledge, but one thing they could not ignore was the fact that this cult was growing and becoming a threat. Missing or murdered bodies turned up all around this group, as well as much criminal activities. It was the only reason Joseph and his fellow teammates had the green light to take them down. Years of following the breadcrumbs of this demon from Joseph's youth inspired him to become an FBI agent, so he could do some good and take the demon down. He wanted to do this for his sister, Billie, as well as himself. Mitch laid eyeing as Joe held onto his partner, allowing that demon to slip from his grasp yet again. "You were right, Joe Schmo." Mitch coughed a little as Joe held back tears. "At least I won't have to listen to your ramblings about the Spider-Man movies, and how they need to stop remaking them, or have to watch you eat those marshmallow moon pies." Mitch and Joseph were close, and it was no surprise. The partners worked and traveled together since Joseph was fresh out of the academy. Mitch was much older, but he guided and showed Joe the job. "Yeah, well, this one might be worth it having Tony Stark in it." Joe chuckled a bit, wiping a tear from his face. "And remember what I told you, don't eat tacos on surveillance night." Joe's thoughts wandered on the night the two were cramped in the van for 12 hours, and the massive stakeout the two had. "I'm sorry I didn't believe you." Mitch spoke. No, Mitch, it is okay." Joseph tried to comfort the dying old man. "No, Joe, you were right about everything. I am sorry about all the crap I gave you, and headache, but do not let that fire go out. You keep fighting even if you are the only one fighting." Mitch gripped Joseph's blood-stained white shirt with little strength he had left. "You hear me, do not give up, you get that, devil." Mitch grit his teeth before going limp. Mitch's eyes hazed over a bit as he glanced off to the side. All tension left his body as his life drifted from him. Joe clutched his blood-soaked shirt, crying out to God. "Jesus, please God help us." He sniffled a bit as he placed his forehead in the lifeless body of his dead partner. The chaos of screams and bullets behind him almost overpowered his voice. "Will someone call for a medic and back up?" Joe yelled as he grabbed his gun and charged back out in the danger. He yelled and cursed in Spanish as he often did when he was angry or scared. Joe fired his whole clip and then threw the gun at someone. Present day 2019. After visiting Mitch's grave, Joe made his way up North Austin. He knew Mitch could not hear him, or that there was no such thing as ghosts, only demons acting as the departed, but it still gave him a little comfort. Joseph wanted to show some respect to his departed partner in a way. Things didn't get easier. Joe just learned to push the pain and fear back with anger and determination. Joseph Antonello was a Hispanic/Italian born in Austin, Texas on June 7, 1983. His father was Italian and his mother Hispanic. His great-great-grandparents moved from southern Mexico to the States for a better life. From an early age, Joseph wanted to be in law enforcement like his father. Seeing the struggles his parents went through to raise him and his younger sister, He knew he had to aim a little higher than patrol on a local law enforcement job. Joe decided on the FBI, especially on the division that would handle the religious aspects. Being in a Christian home and having a few crazy experiences with the demon attacking his sister, Joe wanted to be able to help others with similar situations. Straight out of high school, he attended college at the University of Texas Austin to study law enforcement and religion as well as cults. After graduation he went straight to Quantico, then off to the FBI. The first few years were tough and took time for Joe to adjust to. He did have an older partner who took him under his wing, so Joe was grateful. He stayed faithful to his parents' upbringing and kept his faith in the Bible and God. It wasn't easy being an outspoken Christian in his line of work, but he maintained it. His faith was tested every day, especially the day when all hell broke loose. After a shootout with the large cult known as the Church of Light, some called it the Second Waco, Joe was devastated over the loss of his partner and mentor. He soon discovered the same demon involved with hurting his sister was now after him, and was the one who killed his mentor. The demon was crafty, hiding behind the cult it created, but Joe saw through that. His past became his future goal to track that devil and send him back to hell. This determination not only affected his work but personal life. The normal clean-cut and lean man started to sport a mustache and a 5 o'clock shadow. He put on a couple pounds, and his dress attire wasn't as clean and ironed as before. Often, he would have to tuck his shirt and adjust his tie on the way into the building. He spent many sleepless nights going over the trail of cases that were left behind to find anything or any lead that could help him take them down. Joseph used to be close to his sister Billie, but lately, especially after Mitch's death, he drew back. He became almost like a recluse. The normal chipper, jokester now walked around with a chip on his shoulder. The agency recently decided to make Joe in charge of the black files, being his knowledge in the religious, occult, cults, and supernatural. A way to avoid future incidents like that one to occur. He would oversee any and all paranormal activities as well as religious crimes. It had been a year, yes, but Joe was still not over the death of his partner. Not only a partner, but a father type, who took him under his wing and taught Joe everything about being an FBI agent. The absence of Mitch tore at him, along with the scar from the bullet that grazed Joe and hit Mitch. He should have died and not Mitch. Joe blamed himself for it all. He also blamed the Bureau for not taking it seriously sooner. A lot of lives could have been saved. It wasn't Joseph's fault, but he did warn the agency on what would happen if they went in guns blazing. That demon, the same demon who terrorized his sister and himself as a child. His sister Billie tried to forget the whole thing and move on, but Joe could not. The supernatural cases became his obsession and took over his life. All his research led him to this moment. The same demon responsible for the terror of his childhood was the same responsible for the death of Mitch and so many others. They had other cases as well. Not all supernatural involvement, mostly crazy satanic or other cults and twisted mortal evil, but Joe did hunt the supernatural. Mitch at first did not believe and tried to rationalize it, but in the end, he agreed with Joseph. Most thought Joseph was crazy, but the higher-ups believed him, and asked him to cover these things up. Joseph knew the FBI just wanted to cover up any and all incidents. Joseph knew how the global elites were the ones who really ran things, and at the top of that pyramid was Lucifer. The system was rigged and those who tried to blow the whistle or do the right thing were snubbed out. Joseph had only recently learned the creature's name, Raum. In demonology, Raum is a great earl of hell, ruling 30 legions of demons. He is depicted as a crow. The evil creatures needed vessels in order to work on the earth, and it picked an ironic one. The vessel was once a small-town preacher's son, who got tangled with the wrong crowd. Raum knew he could use the boy and his influence to build himself up a false church, and eventually a radical cult. This cult was now terrorizing the city of Austin, and was trying to spread its poison to the rest of the state and country. The funding for this crazy church/cult came from the local string of casinos. The roots of this evil group ran deep. Signs of a cult: 1. Opposing critical thinking. 2. Isolating members and penalizing them for leaving. 3. Emphasizing special doctrines outside Scripture. 4. Seeking inappropriate loyalty to their leaders. 5. Dishonoring the family unit. 6. Crossing biblical boundaries of behavior versus sexual purity and personal ownership. 7. Separation from the church. The Church of Light aligns with all these signs. This cult, led by Demon Raum, or David Brooks as he was known, was just a small branch of an even greater tree of evil. People worshipped idols or demons, and fallen angels fed off the praise. Raum's cult were into all kinds of sick and twisted things: child sacrifice, torture, murder, and anything else you could image. What people didn't understand is this went on all over, not just in this corner or Texas. Joseph knew all this, but there were some things he didn't. But soon Michael would arrive to teach the man. The two were awfully close in age, Michael being only a couple years older. It was one of the main reasons why the Council of Judges picked Michael to assist Mr. Antonello. Chapter 5. Joe dropped the stack of boxes he was carrying on an empty desk with a thud. The back of the bureau's office building was secluded and empty. It was going to take him a while to clear out the section, since it was often used as a storage space. A few fluorescent lights flashed, and the hum of the light was all that could be heard. Nothing at all like the bustling front of the building. Joseph made his way around the small area, taking a look at what he would need to do. There were about 5 desks in total and one closed-in office space. He walked to the door and opened it. Stacks of old boxes and dust filled the room. He made his way around the desk and noticed something taped to the computer monitor. He reached out and snatched the taped Polaroid picture that hung off the computer monitor. He flipped it over and glanced at it in disgust. It was of 2 people in a sheet acting like ghosts. A prank a few others were playing on Joe, not even coming close to knowing what was really going on. The agent got a lot of teasing due not only to his beliefs, but his knowledge in the supernatural. 90% of his colleagues thought he was crazy, while the other 10 kept quiet. He tossed the picture into the trash can beside his desk, and started to curse in Spanish. Cue the montage music. He spoke to himself as he began to clean up. Joseph first gathered all the boxes and office supplies not needed in the department, and dumped them all on the 2 idiots who he knew pulled the prank. He then went to the janitor closet to gather cleaning supplies. No lemon pledge, Joe spoke in his best Consuela from a Family Guy voice. Family Guy was a stupid cartoon that was on late at night, and he would watch it when there was nothing else on. Joseph watched quite a bit of TV and movies. He considered it a hobby since all he did was work. Mitch would always get on him about his movie references and jokes. Joseph chuckled at the memory of him and Mitch arguing over what the line in Star Wars was. Mitch would say, "No, it is like I am your father." And Joe would come back and be like, "No, it is, no, I am your father," and the two would go round and round about it. Even when Joe would pull out his phone and show the old man, Mitch would still deny it. After dusting and vacuuming the area, Joseph carried his personal belongings into the room. He began to unpack the 5 large boxes. 2 were filled with his personal effects. Pictures of his family, a few mini posters of TV and movies he liked, some action figures and a Spider-Man bobblehead his sister got him, as well as a Deadpool statue Mitch got him. Mitch said he ran his mouth like Deadpool. The other 3 were filled with his case files. Files which he needed to go through, log, and file. It was going to be tedious work, but they needed to be entered into the computer and filed. First person he needed to look for was a secretary. After he finished setting up his office, Joseph stood in the doorway and glanced into the rest of the small space. This part of the building was pretty much empty with its rows of unoccupied desks. He wondered if they were really going to fill them up with other agents to help with the files, or if he was going to be secluded by himself, as if he was like Agent Mulder. Mulder handles aliens and government cover-ups and Joe demons and such, so practically the same dang thing. He thought to himself. The reality was, things did go bump in the dark. Now, after it was too late and his partner/mentor was killed, the FBI reacted. The FBI opened a special unit and case files. Sanitization, or the black files. Files that flew under the radar, especially in the public and media eye. This was so to keep the masses from panicking. Sanitization is the process of removing sensitive information from a document or other message. Joe, and eventually others, are to investigate, solve, and clean up such matters with strict secrecy. In no way was this to leak out to anyone, not even to other agents in the Bureau. Joe had strict orders to report only to a few supervisors. For now, he was the only man on the team, but that would not last. Especially how Joe would take risks and even fly off-handle at his superiors. In reality, Joe needed a partner, whether he liked it or not. Someone to not only have his back but be the voice of reason at times and half a second opinion on handling situations. The FBI knew they could never get rid of Joseph. Not only was he the only one who knew and understood all these paranormal activities, but the Bureau was afraid of repercussions for the death of his former partner, a mistake they could not afford to pay. For now, Joseph would only receive this judge on his team. It would be a surprise to the agent, since he knew nothing of new member coming nor what he was. Joseph finished setting up a few of the other desks and moved to the large wall full of empty filing cabinets. He was kinda glad he was alone down here. Joe didn't want another partner. Not after what happened to Mitch. He couldn't bear to get close and lose another brother. He didn't need that right now. What he needed was to get organized and start working on some of his open cases, as well as track down Raum. Michael made his way into the FBI headquarters. The agency was still trying to settle the whole cult fiasco, but now that things were settled, they were able to get Michael set up and assigned to help Joseph. Joseph didn't know about judges or that Michael was coming. He only knew that he was getting agents to help him eventually. The young judge made his way toward the back of the building. He was eager to get started on this recent case and interested in meeting Joseph. Michael sported jeans, a shirt and a zip-up hoodie. A military-style jacket was over the hoodie, and inside the jacket was a secret compartment. Along his spine rested his trusty sword. The hood of the hoodie covered the top part of the handle, so it was practically invisible. Across his chest and shoulder was his leather satchel. It contained his Bible, Grace's book, as well as other case studies. A few other old books filled the satchel. They were his go-to information sources most times. Michael pushed through the glass door and into the quiet and empty office space. The judge scanned the office before his eyes settled on Joseph. The man was face first into piles of paperwork and didn't notice him enter. To prevent from startling the agent, Michael reached behind his back and gave a few knocks on the glass door. Joseph looked up from his pile and noticed the man. He wasn't wearing a suit like him or the other agents, so Joseph figured he was lost. "Bathroom is down the hall the other way," he spoke up before going back to reading. "I am here for Joseph Antonello. I'm Michael Bryce. I am the judge sent to help." Michael introduced himself. Joseph was confused. He lifted an eyebrow and glanced over to the man. "Michael. Like the archangel." He made the comment as he perked up from his chair. "Don't judges sit behind a desk in a courtroom?" he asked. Michael chuckled and removed his satchel from over his head. "I'm not that kinder judge." Michael sat his bag down on an empty desk as he watched the poor Hispanic agent become even more confused. Joseph sat the pile he was holding down on the chair beside him, and scratched his already messy hair. "So, like Judge Judy? Or am I the law Judge Dredd? What other judge is there?" he asked. Michael understood all those references and chuckled a bit. This man was a wisecrack and it tickled Michael a bit. Joseph was the opposite of Raiden, a shofet or judge like in ancient Israel. "They didn't brief you on any of this?" Michael crossed his arms in a relaxed manner and leaned against the desk a bit. "No, but please feel free to chime in any time. Or do I need to select a category?" Alex Trebek. Joseph put his hands on his hips and waited for an explanation. Michael let out another chuckle and grabbed an office chair. The judge took a seat and began explaining to the agent what a judge is, what they do, and why he was there. During the explanation, Joe took a seat himself and eased up his tension towards Michael. Finally, someone who understood everything and could give him answers. "So, an organization of judges are Bible superheroes who fight the supernatural?" Joseph asked with a straight face. Michael nodded a bit, keeping a warm smile on. "Yeah, you can say that. I am here to help you with your case. You say it is a demon. Or could it be a fallen angel? Do you know the difference?" Michael asked. "It is a demon, and yes, I know the difference. Demons need a body to dwell on this plan. Fallen angels have their own bodies." Joseph stood up and gathered a large file from the desk behind him. "And now, the giants, who are produced from the spirits, angels, and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men, and from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling, but as for the spirits of the earth which were born upon the earth, on the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall revolt against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. I, Enoch 15:8 12, 16:1. I have done my homework. This is all I have on him, Raum. This thing has haunted me since childhood. Joseph explains. Every time I get close enough to catch it, it is always a step ahead. I want to know why it was after me and my sister, and I want to know how to defeat it. To send it back to where it came from. Joseph sighed deeply. Well, when an impure spirit comes out of a person, it goes through arid places seeking rest and does not find it. Then it says, I will return to the house I left. When it arrives, it finds the house swept clean and put in order. Then it goes and takes 7 other spirits more wicked than itself, and they go in and live there. And the final condition of that person is worse than the first. Luke 11:24-26. They wander about looking for a body, so we must bind him and cast him out. When he comes out of the vessel, I can slay him with my sword. Michael explains. So, you and Excalibur are all I have been needing. Joseph frowned a bit and stared down at the stack of papers packed into the file. I don't know why he was after you and your sister. It could have been several things. Generational curses, open doors, or he simply wanted to possess one of you. Michael explains. I am here to help and guide you the best way I can. You know far more than most of those other agents, and you have faith. Michael notices the old Bible sitting on one of the adjacent desks. Accompanying it was a half-eaten moon pie and the agent's gun. Joe glanced at the Bible and then back towards Michael. Faith and persistence were all I had. Joe was so grateful to finally have help. Not only help, but someone who knew the truth about what was really going on. So, let's get started. What do you need help with? Michael glanced at the stack of papers in front of the filing desk, and then back to Joseph. Ask and the good Lord answers. He chuckled and stood up to show the judge the paperwork he needed to sort out. Help me pray for more agents and a secretary, I need them. I have over 24 cases just in this state alone. Joseph explains. I see. The activity has been increasing recently. A lot goes unnoticed, so I am sure the real cases would be triple. Most people don't report it or shrug it off as them just seeing things. Michael explains as he reaches down to pick up a pile of files. I can have one of our guys come and set up a computer system that would help log and keep track of all this. Michael mentioned as he helped the agent sort out the piles. Thanks, that would help. Joseph kept a straight face as he began to file the cases. He was relieved he had some help, but still was reluctant to get close to this new guy. Chapter 6. A few days later, the sun had already sunk low behind the hills as the two arrived at the house who reported paranormal activity. Joe knocked on the door, while Michael walked around the property. Michael knew what to expect, so he was prepared. The judge just prayed the agent was ready because he didn't know the extent of the agent's knowledge. The case was at the bottom of the box in Joseph's files. It was the closest, so the two decided to work this one first. The lady had called in a few times to the police, but no one could really help her with the problems she was having. Hooded men, strange orbs, and dead animals found around her property. The strange occurrences gained the attention of Joseph, but he didn't have a chance to go investigate, not until now. Joseph knocked a couple times, but there was no answer. Joe waited a couple minutes before knocking again. This time a shrill filled the silent night. Joe removed his gun and kicked the door in. "Federal agent!" he screamed as he ran inside the house. Michael heard the scream, but before he could run towards the house, a huge evil spirit manifested itself. Michael quickly removed his blade and prepared for battle. "You think yourself Michael the Archangel boy?" the demon hissed. "No, I am just Michael the judge." He braced himself for the claws that came down on his sword. Joseph's eyes scanned the dark rooms of the house as he passed each one. Finally, his eyes caught the light dim of candle or fire glow at the end of the hall. He took a quick breath before aiming and stepping into the doorway. It was a grisly scene, but something Joe had seen before. A blood pentagram was drawn on the floor surrounded by 5 men in robes. The room was lit by the various candles, and in the middle was the 6th and main priest holding a dagger over the woman. She was bound in the center of the pentagram with symbols smeared on her pale skin. "Drop the knife!" Joe screamed. The male turned and ran towards Joe, but before he could get to the agent, Joe popped 2 rounds in his chest. The other hooded figures panicked and fled. The agent wanted to run after them, but needed to see if the woman was okay first. Joe quickly cut the woman's hands free a bit. He examined her quickly to see if it was any of her blood on the floor. "Are you cut?" Joe asked as the crying woman shook her head no. Joseph handed her his knife so she could finish cutting herself free. "Can you cut yourself free? I need to get these other guys." He quickly dialed the local sheriff department and called it in, then handed the woman his phone to speak to the dispatcher. The demon was large and powerful. It was due to the rituals done and the energy given to the spirit. It wasn't the easiest fight, but neither was it the worst situation Michael had ever been in. Quick and heavy slashes were unleashed from the judge with all his might. He needed to make quick work of this thing so he could help Agent Antonello. A final attempt by the demon came with fury. It brought both of its claws down on Michael, but they were blocked by his sword. The force made him go to one knee, as his boots tried to hold him up from slipping. The demon let out a screech as Michael held tight to his sword and began to pray. "I bid thee, demon, in the name and authority given to me by Jesus Christ." He could feel the demon begin to lose his power. When it eased up its pressure on the blade, Michael lifted and stabbed the thing in its chest. A large plume of smoke exploded as the judge rose to his feet. Joe made his way out the house and after the other suspects. One of the hooded men tried to hide and jump out at him, but Joe quickly shot the perp. The agent then made his way outside in the now drizzling night. The haze of droplets of rain fell as the storm clouds covered the moon. Joseph spotted another hooded figure running towards the barn, and the agent quickly gave chase. He wondered where Michael was and if any of those men found the judge. He wasn't worried, as the judge could take care of himself. As Joseph ran towards the barn, suddenly a shovel came out of nowhere, knocking Joe in the face. The pain was almost unbearable as he fell to the muddy ground groaning. Joseph attempted to raise his gun, but the man hit it out of his hand. He could feel something crack and Joe let out a scream. Rain and blood streaked down his face as the agent clutched his hand. The agent cursed the man out in Spanish as he tried to get away. The hooded man attempted to hit him again, but Joe rolled to avoid the shovel. The first few attempts he was successful, but the iron hit his back, causing him to scream in agony. He blinked the rain out of his eyes as he glanced up at the hooded man. "You should have stayed out of this," Now you will be a sacrifice for the Dark Lord." Joe heard the man yell. The agent gave a silent prayer, and his prayer was answered by the sound of the gun-toting victim he saved. She held it straight at the hooded male. Joe noticed the other hooded man creeping out of the barn silently to help his partner, but Joe yelled to her, "Kill them." But the woman hesitated. Before the hooded figure could hit the woman, Michael ran his sword through his back and out his gut. The other who was running towards them was quickly cut down with one quick swoop. The woman let out a scream and fell to her knees crying from the shock. Joe closed his eyes to thank God before slowly inching his way towards her. "Hey, you okay?" he asked. He knew she was not all right, but he was just trying to calm her down. "It is okay, we got the Klux Klan rejects okay, you did good." He was able to get to his knees and waddle to her, placing an arm around her for comfort. Joseph glanced up at Michael and gave the judge a small nod of gratitude. "The others?" Joseph asked Michael about the remaining hooded men. "I will handle it." Michael ran off to track the last two remaining men. "He said he wanted to have a date," the woman sobbed. "Yeah, well, just stay off Tinder next time, okay?" He helped her up and his own self up off the ground. The rain was pouring now as they made their way inside her house. He sat her on her couch and went to the kitchen to grab a towel. "Did the sheriff say they were on their way?" he asked as he attempted to wash the blood off his face. He removed his wetsuit jacket and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows. He was gonna really feel the damage in the morning, but he was lucky, nothing felt broken. His head and face throbbed and the headache were almost unbearable. His adrenaline was wearing off and the pain was almost overwhelming. It was odd to him the woman stopped crying, and she didn't answer him back. He looked up in the sink window's reflection to see one of the hooded figures choking her. Joe leapt into action. How stupid, he thought. He should have stayed with the lady until the police arrived. Joe grabbed the large knife and ran towards the living room. "Hey, Gandalf!" he yelled, and instinctively the man turned around to be greeted with the flying knife to the chest. The woman laid choking on the couch, and Joe ran to check on her. Red and blue lights bounced off the walls as the police approached. Michael found one of the hooded men and grabbed him before he could leap off the large hill. It was a long fall, and the hills were large like mountains and common in this part of Texas. "No, let me go." The man hissed and screamed, but Michael ignored him. With one hand he held on to the man's hood as he dragged him back through the shrubs. The man's rear went over a patch of cactus, and he let out a blood-curdling yell. Michael stopped and glanced down at what the man was screaming about. Michael sighed deeply and stopped a moment. As the man reached towards him and tried to break free, Michael noticed a tattoo on his arm. It was of a demonic-looking wolf, and that symbol meant one thing: the Brotherhood of the Wolf. "I am not saying anything," the man screamed. "You don't have to," Michael replied as he continued to drag the man back down the hill. Werewolves. Michael hated dealing with the creatures. They were large, savage, and their breath often smelt like rotten meat. Also, when you dealt with one, it meant a whole pack would soon follow. Michael only ever dealt with a few in his short time of being a judge, but the stories and the scars Ryden showed him, they were a creature not to take lightly. The long track down the hill was a job in itself. Michael had to navigate through rocks and cactus in the dark, dragging a screaming lunatic. To keep his cool, Michael hummed a song to himself as well as prayed with every once he had. "Lord, help me not to knock this guy out." He grumbled to himself. Even though the man was evil, he still was human and deserved a chance to a fair trial, and a chance to repent of his actions. Unlike the supernatural, he had a soul worth saving. Michael finally made it to the end of the hill and sighed. Oh, thank the Lord. He stood for a moment and rested as he placed his sword, which had been used to clear a pathway, back in its secret compartment in his jacket. He was lucky it was fall and almost winter. Otherwise he would have had to carry the sword in the open. That would have caused many questions and looks. There would be no way he could have worn a jacket in the heat in the south. Flashing blue and red light could be seen over the horizon, and Michael dug out his temporary FBI badge. It helped identify him with the police and other government agencies who were not in the loop on what was going on. Almost there. The man finally stopped screaming and began cursing. Michael reached the end of the trail to where the cop cars were. He held up his badge and announced himself. A few officers came to retrieve the man, and Michael made his way around the mass of cars and people to find Joseph. He noticed the agent sitting on the end of an ambulance while a paramedic tended to him. Ouch! Michael walked up to Joseph and winced with a playful smile. The judge was unscathed and unbrushed, but the agent had a busted nose and a large cut above his eyebrow. The paramedic was sticking up his brow as Joseph sat glaring at the judge. Funny man, must be nice to be all high and mighty when us simple folk have to endure this. He grumbled. No, I have had my fair share of battle scars, I just avoid shovels coming at me. Michael jokes. Joseph mocked him with a laugh as he mumbled under his breath. It took you long enough to catch that guy, huh? Joseph winced in pain again as the woman finished the stitch. Well, I'm not Superman or the Flash. Michael waited for the woman to leave before he continued. We have another problem. Those guys were part of the wolf pack. They were in a ritual to give them the power to transform into a wolf. Michael explained to Joseph. The agent held on to his wrapped hand and let everything process. So those guys were wanting to become a werewolf? He asked. Michael nodded. Yes, it isn't like the movies or books. You aren't born or bitten to become one. It is a process of rituals and evil spirits that possess the person to grant them that power. I have only run across a couple of wolves, and I was lucky not to have to deal with the whole pack. Michael glanced around to make sure no one else was around to listen to their conversation. So, you think Raum has wolves helping him, or is this a separate case? Joseph asked. I'm not sure, but I think this is worth looking into. Wolves are nasty, and where there is one there will be plenty more. I know you want to focus on getting Raum, but we do need to deal with this problem. They might have information on him, and they might not. Regardless, we need to snuff this pack out before more people get hurt. Michael knew Joseph would not be happy about it, but it was a case, and Joseph was the only agent working on these. I understand. I am not happy about it, being I am so close to getting this demon, but I understand. It is just you and I. Hopefully the Bureau will see we need more agents in this division. Joseph reached up and examined the stitches with his fingers. This is true. The only fully staffed agency in this kind of division is the New Orleans branch. And even they are having difficulty. Michael spoke about the place where Aidan was called off to help. Michael was glad to be on his own, but he did miss the company and wisdom of his fellow judge. Chapter 7. A week later. He is real. They are real. The biggest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he wasn't real. that he was just a force for everyone's evil or just a logo on a liquid bottle. My friends, he is real, and his minions are real, and the God that he fights is real. Satan wishes to be as God, but he can't. He can only mimic and deceive. Yes, he is the ruler of this earth, but my God created this earth and everything in it and the universe it is in. God loves the underdog, he likes raising those weak to prove how strong he is, and my God has helped me through a lot. Just like David faces Goliath, I face this unknown entity. Joseph spoke on the phone as he swelled in his office chair. Michael began to set up a desk outside Joseph's enclosed office. The judge knew he would be there a while, so he decided to make himself comfortable. Even after taking out the cult and demon, he knew Joseph would need help. The agent would need help with cases, training, and helping new agents understand this unseen world. It was a lot for one person, so the judge decided to set up shop. He rented a small apartment in town and was slowly moving in. Joseph helped some, but Michael could tell he wanted to keep his distance. Do you practice that in the mirror every day, Joe? Billie, Joseph's sister, asked from the other side of the phone. You know better than anyone why I am doing what I am doing. I just wanted your input on the first half of my presentation to the board is all. No need for the sassy. Joe rolled his eyes. What are little sisters for but to annoy? Billie asked. I know, believe me I know. He huffed as he swelled, peering out the window of his office into the small area. How is the judge? Billie asked. Joseph had already explained to his sister the whole situation. He informed her about the new division in the FBI Austin branch he was overseeing, about the activities, and about the judges. Joseph didn't have a wife or a girlfriend, nor did he have any friends. The only person he really talked to was his sister and mother. His sister was his best friend since childhood. The shared trauma they endured allowed them to have a strong, unbreakable bond. Joe glanced towards Michael from behind the glass and watched the judge. Michael was busy setting up his computer to realize the agent staring. He is all right. He keeps to himself and is not a snob. Joe twirled again in his chair. Is he cute? Billie chuckled, knowing it would aggravate her brother. Really, Billie? I don't know, I don't look at guys that way. Why don't you come down here and see for yourself, and while you are at it, bring me some of those cake pops you were making. He grins. You are going to get fat from eating all those sweets. I just bought you a box of homemade moon pies, you cannot tell me you already ate them. Billie exclaims. Maybe, Agent Glutton. Billie teased. Joseph was about to respond with a smart remark, but noticed Michael walking towards his office. I gotta go, strawberry shortcake. It was one of silly names he would call her due to her work as an assistant in a bake shop. I set up the computer program on all these out here, I just need to finish up with your computer. Michael explains. Joe rolled back and allowed the judge to work on his computer. 10 minutes later and the program was installed. Michael then began showing Joe the basics of computer programming. How to enter files, look up files, and how to find information on the supernatural. It is a lot, but once you play with it a bit, you will get the hang of it. It is connected to our headquarters, so the information we know, you will know. Michael stepped back and let Joe look over the program. I am gonna get started logging in some of those files. Michael pointed to the small stack on his desk. Yeah, I think I will help. I need to try and learn this thing. Hey, thanks. I know I might come off as a jerk and all, but thank you. Thank you for your help. Joseph was sincere as he glanced up at the judge. No problem. I say we'll log some files and then go get a quick bite to eat. I am sure it is around lunchtime, huh? Michael asked, digging for his phone to check the time. Yeah, it is 10:30. Joseph replied as he glanced at his watch. All right, come get me at 12. Mike gave Joe a thumbs up and walked back to his desk. The judge sat at his desk and began typing up the files into the program, while Joe retrieved a stack from the boxes that were still on the floor. An hour went by and the two were only able to get in a few files into the program. The stack was massive, and the two couldn't spend the whole day just keying them in. They needed to work the current cases as well. So, what do you do for fun, Mikey? You have to have a hobby, huh? Joseph spoke loud from his office so Mike could hear him. I don't have much time for hobbies, but I do like reading, playing video games, and the occasional TV show. Michael answers as he types away on the computer. Yeah, same. Although I like to go play a few rounds of putt golf, especially with my sister, Billie. She sucks so bad and it is funny watching her get upset. Joseph laughed at the thought. Michael smiled a bit at the comment. I know what you mean. I have two older sisters. It is a pain at times, but also pretty amusing, too. Oh man, bless your heart. Joe did his best to sound like an old Southern belle. Michael chuckled at that. Yeah, it was pretty rough, especially sharing a bathroom with them. Michael added, and the hair. Oh, their hair gets everywhere. Joe added, and then there was another long pause of silence, and all that could be heard was the clicking of the keyboard. Hey, I think I might have found something. Michael broke the silence. Joe snagged a mini moon pie from his drawer and made his way out of his office and towards Michael's desk. Michael placed the small file in front of Joseph and began to explain. A lot of the signs speak of werewolf activity, much like at that lady's place the other day. Michael explains. Joseph stuck the moon pie in his mouth and chomped as he read over the paper. Nodding as he finished chewing and swallowing, he let the oiler drop to his waist. Let's go check it out, and on the way, we can pick up Wendy's or something. Joe walked with the paper towards his office. He retrieved his suit jacket, phone and locked the door behind him. Michael grabbed his satchel and his sword. You always take that everywhere? Joseph asked. Your gun is your weapon, and this is mine. Michael explains as he tucks it into the back of his jacket's secret compartment. Whatever you say, King Arthur. Joseph teased as the two made their way out of the office and building. After picking up some fast food, the two chowed down on the way towards the Coot home on the outskirts of town. Need to take down this pack. They possibly might have info on Raum. Michael spoke in between the bites of his French fries. So, this Raum, how do we get to him? I mean, he is in the body of a preacher's son. Well, preacher now. A false prophet. We can't just kill the guy, Joseph inquired. We need to bind the demon and cast it out. After I can use Excalibur here, Michael joked. The hard part is getting to him. I am sure he has an army of people around him. That is the part we need to try and figure out. His comings and goings, his people, the judge explains, but he knows Joseph already knew this. A lot of his congregation was taken out during the raid. We only knew about 100 people, but the werewolves I had no clue about. Joseph kept his eyes on the road as he finished his burger. Well, hopefully this place will shine some light on something. Tell us if the wolves are related and what not. Michael stuffed his empty fry carton in the bag and dropped it at his feet. It was just a little past the afternoon when the pair pulled up at the old house. The two men got out of the car and looked around a bit. There was an old barn behind the house, and a couple abandoned cars in the driveway. The house was nestled in between hills covered in vines and weeds, so there were no neighbors. Let's stay together on this one. Joseph broke the silence. I don't want another busted nose or have this open again. He pointed to his scabbed cut over his eyebrow. Michael chuckled a bit as his hand rested in his satchel. No one told you to run into a shovel. The judge joked. Joe's eyes shot him a death glare before he mimicked the judge's laugh. No one told you to go all Dog the Bounty Hunter and run off either. Joseph added, Sorry man, I thought you had it handled. Michael shrugged a bit as he kept his eyes on the house that was a few yards away. Joe's eyes were focused on the old barn behind and off to the side of the house. So, house or barn? Michael asked Joseph. It was his case and he was just there to aid. I'm thinking we might find a lot in that barn. Joseph stopped walking and stood in the middle of the gravel drive. Okay, it is your case. Michael shrugs again. He would have gone in the house first, but if the agent felt the need to go into the barn, then the judge would follow. As the two men were about to make their way to the barn, suddenly there was a hard knock to the back of both men's heads. Joseph fell out cold and face first on the ground. Michael stumbled a bit and tried to reach for his sword, but was hit a second time even harder. The world went black and the judge fell to the ground unconscious. Chapter 8. Michael awoke tied to a chair. The pain in the back of his head was tremendous. He could feel blood drying on the back of his neck as he tried his best to focus on the room. The agent was nowhere to be found in the dirty run-down place. Trash littered the floor, and stains were visible on the ceiling and walls. The judge had no idea who or what hit him, but knew they had to be strong to knock him out. He said a quick prayer, hoping Joe was still alive. Whoever knocked him out took his sword and bag, but did a poor job in searching him. Michael had knives all on him, so reaching behind his belt, he pulled out a small blade and began to saw at the rough rope. Meanwhile, are you going to play around all day or are you going to do something, or do I have to throw a stick? Joe cracked a wise joke as he sat, strapped to a rickety old chair. The large male with a scar over his eye punched him in the face hard. The wood creaked and moaned under the weight, and Joe's jaw made a crunching noise under the force of the fist. Joe's body went sideways in the chair from the force. The agent made a grunting noise as the pain raced through his nerve endings. He spit out the blood that formed in his mouth on the floor and continued to laugh. Crimson droplets stained his wrinkled white dress shirt. The top buttons and his tie were hanging from all the abuse. Werewolves, always so predictable and always so angry. The werewolf male hit the agent again. Big talk coming from the guy tied to a chair. The male laughed. You and that judge came to the wrong place and messed with the wrong pack. He huffed. We're gonna make you scream like that little girl. Joseph's grin turned into a menacing glare. If they had a child, he needed to save the girl. The cult was known for child sacrifice, and if these idiots were a part of the cult, it was another piece of evidence to help Joe bring them down. So, you do work for Raum? Joe chuckled a bit. We work for Don, Don works for Raum. The big idiot was spilling information. I see, so who is Don? Joe asked, reaching for more answers. You will know soon enough. The man chuckled a bit as Joseph looked up at him. Michael was finally able to cut through the ropes that bound his hands. He tossed them aside and began to work frivolously in the ones that bound his feet. Only a couple cuts in, a man was heard walking up the stairs just outside the room. Michael's nerves jolted, but not with fear. It was more anticipation of the fight that was surely about to go down. Just as Michael ran his knife through the last rope, the man walked through the wooden door. What the? But before the man could finish his sentence, Michael ran towards him. The force of the tackle made both men stumble back and over the stairs railing. A terrified scream escaped the dingy male as they too fell. Michael held on tight to the man's dirty t-shirt as they made their short descent. They fell hard on the wood floor beneath them, almost crashing through. The man groaned under Mike as the judge laid on top of him. He may have been stronger than normal humans, but the fall still hurt. Michael peeled himself up off the man and did his best to stand up straight. The man went to sit up but was greeted with Michael's boot. A couple deeper breaths and Michael walked over the unconscious man on the floor. He needed to find his weapon, bag, and more importantly Agent Joseph. Joe could not stand the way the man cracked his hoarse laugh. Anger flushed through cheeks and into his chest, but Joe kept his cool. The agent leaned back in the chair and glanced up at the wolf with a cocky grin, mocking his laugh. Not as big as that wet dog smell coming off of you, mutt. The male went to punch Joe again, but Joe lifted his leg and kicked the male in the face with all his might. The werewolf stumbled back a bit in pain, as well as a bit of a shock. Joe took his chance and stood up hunched over. As his hands were still tied, the rope cut more into his already raw wrists. Joe bellowed as he rushed the werewolf into the adjacent wall. The two large men hit the old barn wall with a thud, causing dust and hay to float about. A piece of the wood from the wall pierced the side of the wolf. The male let out a piercing howl in pain as crimson stained his shirt. Joe stepped back, wiggled one of his bloody wrists free from the rope that was loosely tied, and gave the wolf a cold cock in the jaw. The wolfman growled and reached out his human hand, which began to shift into a claw. The razor-sharp fingernails slashed at the agent's face with rage, barely missing him. Joe ducked and weaved, avoiding the shifting man-wolf, all the while trying to maneuver his other hand free. Joe finally just swung the chair that hung on his tied wrist, hitting the wolf in the face. The wood splintered and pieces flew everywhere, finally freeing the agent. Joe then gripped the rope and lunged at the man, wrapping it around the werewolf's neck. Joe shimmied behind the large male before he could shift fully. The agent pulled the rope tightly in his fist and locked it into place. The force he used to pull the rope caused his hands to shake and his knuckles to go white. The agent gnashed his teeth as he held on for dear life, literally. The werewolf bucked, slashed, and tried to fling Joe off him. He even backed the agent into the other side of the wall. Joe's back was slammed to the wooden barn wall with force, but his adrenaline allowed him to ignore the pain. Joe used his foot to kick the back part of the werewolf's knee, causing him to buckle to the ground. The force drove both agent and beast to the hay-littered floor. The wolf thrashed around, kicking and gasping for air as the rope dug into his furry neck. Joe grunted and let out a few of his own yells and words in Spanish, as he held the rope tightly around the neck, choking the thing to death. In the wolf's last attempt of desperation, he rolled on top of Joseph. The large, now 8 foot 400, fully shifted werewolf man's back on top on Joe's belly, trying to crush him. Joe was inclined to pull even harder as the wolf's movement slowed down to simple thrashing and wiggling. Suddenly a sharp gladius sword ran through the wolf's chest. Joe could feel the point of the sword poking his belly as warm blood pooled beneath it. The agent squints to see the judge. Michael removes his sword and helps get the beast off Joseph, and that he took a few more breaths, feeling his lungs burn. Is why you should always keep your dogs on a leash. He slowly sat up and spit the dust and blood, that was bitter and gritty in his mouth, on the wolf. Thanks. Joe slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his sore wrists as he walked to where the thing that had hung his gun and belt. He unholsters the gun and puts 2 silver bullets in the wolf's head. Stay. He continued to spit out the particles of hay as he began to loop his belt, and attempted to straighten himself up. Why is it twice now I have gotten beaten up? It must be you. Joe joked towards Michael as he rolled up his long dirty sleeves up to his elbow, and searched for his suit jacket. He began to wipe the sweat, dirt, blood, and wolf's hair off his hands and onto his black slacks. I could say the same for you. Michael chuckled as he wiped the blade clean. He then sheaths it in his jacket and watches the agent. Why do they always use werewolves as guard dogs? Michael thought to himself. Kinder just answered my own question there. Michael let out a small laugh. Joe just turned and gave him a long glare. He spoke about a child. Did you see one? Joseph asked the judge. No, there was only one guy in that house. Michael explains. The judge described the layout of the house and how it was pretty much empty. Barely any furniture or tidiness. Joseph made his way around the barn trying to find any clues that might help. A table and light in the corner of the barn helped to light up the darkness. The sun had already set behind the hills, leaving the sky looking like a painting with pinks and oranges. This left the barn dim and dark except for the few lights. The 2 men made their way towards the other light. Food wrappers, papers, a phone, and other things were scattered on the table. Joe picked up the phone and began to thumb through it, as Michael picked up an orange envelope. Seems like these guys are after some Gerald guy. Joe spoke out loud as he scrolled through the messages. Michael pulled out the contents of the envelope and sat them on the desk. One of the items was a picture of a middle-aged male. The man had almost shoulder-length black hair. He was thin-built with dark eyes and a well-groomed beard. Michael noticed how sad the man looked, as if he had a heavy heart. I'm guessing this is Gerald, the one they are after. Michael showed the picture to Joseph. As Joseph glanced down to study the picture, just as he was about to pick up the photo, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the distance. The 2 men looked at each other with concern. Joseph stuffed the phone in his pocket, and Michael shoved the envelope and picture in his bag. The 2 then took off out of the barn running. They ran towards the tree line and stopped. Which way? Joseph huffed a bit. The 2 glanced around trying to figure out which direction to run. Another scream rang out which almost made them jump. They took off in the direction of the scream. The dark wooded area made it hard to run through even for the judge. Joseph took out his cell phone and turned the light on, so the 2 could see as they ran through the thick bush. As the 2 ran closer towards where the screams rang out, an orange haze could be seen. The judge and the agent slowed down when they heard the faint sounds of people talking. Michael removed his sword as Joseph upholstered his gun. Michael could see a clearing up ahead where a small group gathered holding old-time torches. The shapes all looked the same as they donned the same robes as the people from the last run-in. Joseph held his gun in a tight grip and did everything he could to hold himself back. He wanted to go in guns blazing like a cowboy, but knew that would get them and whoever screamed killed. Michael noticed a crescent moon with the sun over it, as well as a few triangles and other symbols carved in the trees beside where they stood. Michael then observed the sight in front of him. An altar built surrounded by fire and beside it a tall tree-like pole. An Ashtoreth pole which often accompanies the Baal worship altar like the ancient times. Now things were beginning to make sense to the judge. Just like the old days, this demon sought for worship and to enslave others, telling them worship would give them riches of this earth. Looks like we have a case of Baal worship, just like the ones Elijah had to confront, Michael whispers to Joe. Joseph knew what the judge was talking about. He often studied the Bible and the stories inside. Great, the only thing missing is Jezebel. The Hispanic huffed and said some not-so-choice words in Spanish. The account of Elijah and the prophets of Baal is recorded in 1 Kings 18. After Israel had gone more than 3 years without rain as a judgment for their idolatry, the prophet Elijah confronts the evil king Ahab and challenges him to a spiritual showdown. The king was to have all Israel gather at Mount Carmel, along with the 450 prophets of the false god Baal, and the 400 prophets of the false goddess Asherah. Verse 19. On Mount Carmel, Elijah said to the people of Israel, "How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him, but if Baal is God, follow him." 1 Kings 18:21. The people remained non-committal at that point. Elijah then challenged the prophets of Baal to prepare a bull as an offering for their god. Elijah would do the same with this catch: they could light no fire on their altar. The God who answered with fire from the sky would be considered the true God. Verses 22-25. The people agreed that this was a good plan, and the prophets of Baal went first. The pagan prophets cried out and danced around their altar from morning till noon, with no answer from Baal. Elijah began to mock them, saying, "Shout louder. Surely, he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or traveling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened." 1 Kings 18:27. So, the prophets of Baal shouted louder and slashed themselves with swords and spears, as was their custom, until their blood flowed. Midday passed, and they continued their frantic prophesying until the time for the evening sacrifice. 1 Kings 18:28-29. Despite hours of effort, nothing happened. The historian's comment hints at the emptiness of Baal worship. There was no response, no one answered, no one paid attention. Verse 29. Elijah then called the people to him as he repaired the altar of the Lord. He used 12 stones and dug a trench around the altar. He then placed wood on the altar and laid the cut pieces of the bull on it. Elijah then had the people douse the altar with 12 large jars of water. The water soaked the sacrifice and the wood and filled the trench. 1 Kings 18:30-35. Once the sacrifice was ready, Elijah prayed, "Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again." 1 Kings 18:36-37. Then God did what Baal could never do. The fire of the Lord fell from heaven and consumed the burnt offering, and the wood and the stones and the dust, and also licked up the water in the trench. Verse 38. The people of Israel bowed down and declared the Lord as God. Verse 39. Elijah then commanded the people to put the prophets of Baal to death, in keeping with God's command in Exodus 22:20. Following this event, the Lord finally ended the drought and sent rain upon the land. 1 Kings 18:45. The miraculous event of fire from heaven was an answer to the prayer of Elijah. God was seeking to turn the hearts of his people back to himself. He used a time of drought to get their attention, and then, through his prophet, performed a dramatic miracle right before their eyes. No one who witnessed that event doubted that the Lord was God, and that Baal was a powerless wanib. The repentance of the Israelites was soon followed by God's provision of rain. The word Baal simply means Lord or owner, but in the ancient world, Baal was a Canaanite god, but Baal can be a noun, and can refer to many such gods, e.g., Baal-Meon means Lord of habitation, and Baal-Haman, which means Lord of abundance, or it can be a specific god, as in Baal, which would be a proper noun. If there was one god above all the ancient gods of this time period, it was Baal, who was the half-bull, half-man god of fertility. Baal is the god that is most often referred to in the Bible. Baal apparently had many powers. For one, Baal was a weather god and controlled the seasons and the rainfall amount. The thunderstorm was Baal's self-revelation to the ancient Canaanites, and lightning was his weapon of choice to intervene when he saw fit to do so. Since rain was vital to the Canaanites, they saw Baal as a fertility god, but that wasn't restricted to agriculture purposes, as we shall later read. At Ras Shema, Baal was referred to as the son of Dagon, the Philistines' chief god. The Bible tells us that there were dire consequences for Israel worshipping a false god, Judges 2. Today, that might be a job, car, status, possessions, money, and such things that can do things for us. It's still idolatry and we've all been guilty of it, but the point is that Baal is no god at all. Any nation that worshipped a false god has been or will eventually be judged by God, but as we will read, Baal worship was one of the most sinful of all man-made religions. To get Baal's undivided attention, they would sacrifice live infants into the burning hands of Baal with fire in his belly. When his hands would reach a white-hot temperature, the infant would be placed into Baal's white-hot hands. While the infant was being burned alive, the worshippers were engaging in sexual intercourse with multiple partners, orgies, in the hopes of enticing Baal to bring life-giving rains for their crops, gardens, and orchards. Of course, these practices caused many unwanted pregnancies, but then they solved that problem by making these unwanted babies that conceived during their religious services, part of the following Baal worship, where these infants would also be burned alive. The Hebrew Bible suggests that the poles were made of wood. In the 6th chapter of the book of Judges, God is recorded as instructing the Israelite judge Gideon to cut down an Asherah pole that was next to an altar to Baal. The wood was to be used for a burnt offering. Baal altars normally had Asherah poles beside them. Deuteronomy 16:21 states that YHWH, rendered as the Lord, hated Asherim, whether rendered as poles. Do not set up any wooden Asherah pole beside the altar you build to the Lord your God or as living trees. You shall not plant any tree as an Asherah beside the altar of the Lord your God which you shall make. That Asherahs were not always living trees is shown in 1 Kings 14:23. The Asherim, beside every luxuriant tree. However, the record indicates that the Jewish people often departed from this ideal. For example, King Manasseh placed an Asherah pole in the Holy Temple, 2 Kings 21:7. King Josiah's reforms in the late 7th century BC included the destruction of many Asherah poles, 2 Kings 23:14. Exodus 34:13 states, "Break down their altars, smash their sacred stones and cut down their Asherah poles." Deuteronomy 32:16-17 states, "They stirred him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations they provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to demons that were no gods, to gods they had never known, to new gods that had come recently, whom your fathers had never dreaded." This passage associates pagan gods with demons, and warns God's people not to be involved with idolatry. Leviticus 17:7 adds another important connection. "They shall no more offer their sacrifices to demons, after whom they have played the harlot." NKJV. Here, these demons, the goat demons, are other gods worshipped by the surrounding cultures. Again, demons are equated with pagan gods. To the Christian, an idol is nothing. 1 Corinthians 8:4. That is, demons and their deceit have no true power over us. Any power they wield pales in comparison with the power of Christ. See Mark 5:7-8. It looks like this cult is a bit old school, unlike the abortion clinics of today. Michael added, "I never thought about the clinics that way, but now that you bring it up." Joseph agreed, "Most people don't. They take part without even knowing. People perish for lack of knowledge. Modern-day things are often just rebranding of the old ways. There is nothing new under the sun." Michael gripped his sword tightly. "Seems your Raum demon likes the old ways of doing things." The judge added, "I see our guests have arrived." A voice echoed from the middle of the circle, and was directed towards the two men standing by the trees. Michael and Joseph glanced at each other, then watched as the circle of robed men broke to reveal a man in the middle holding onto a child's shoulder. Chapter 9. The girl was crying as Raum held a tight grip on her shoulder. The girl's long stringy brown hair stuck to her face from her tears. Her dress was dirty and hung off her like an oversized potato sack. The two men approached cautiously. They did their best to keep calm. Michael wanted to take out the men that surrounded them. As they approached, the circle of about 10 of them closed in. Michael had a bad feeling about this, but he knew he could not leave this poor girl to die. The judge also wanted to finally make contact with this demon and size him up. Mike knew Joe was most likely about to come unglued. The agent was trained to keep his cool, but this was personal. This creature had terrorized him and his sister, as well as was responsible for the death of his mentor and partner. Training or not, human nature was human nature. He wanted to kill this thing, but he knew it would endanger the girl. The agent needed to keep his cool for her sake. The poor girl was going to be their sacrifice, no doubt. The two were glad they foiled their plot. Only 10 men encircled them with their leader in the middle, but Joe feared there might be more in the dark woods surrounding them. He needed to call back up. Michael was strong, but Joseph doubted he could take them all on and still maintain the girl's safety. Joe wanted to shoot the demon between the eyes. He knew that was an innocent vessel the demon used, as well as they were outnumbered, and he had to fight his anger not to go through with the shot. This thing that wore this man as a suit was the reason for all the terror and heartache he and his sister grew up and struggled with. Even today was it a battle just to deal with. He could feel his heart pounding with anger, not fear, not this time. The agent had training on how to control his emotions, as well as he was no longer afraid of this creature. Joseph knew what the thing really looked like without the skin suit. An ugly disfigured creature with black legs, beak, and feathered head like a crow. His torso was like a man's but bony and elongated with a charred skin color. Raum was often referred to as the Crow Man by his sister, but now he was in this body, this preacher's son. The preacher's son, or David Brooks as he was called, was around his early 40s. David had messed around with drugs and a Ouija board in his early life. This opened doors and what got himself possessed by Raum. Preachers or their families were not excused from the kingdom of darkness's grip. In fact, they were even more susceptible, and the devil came down on them much harder than others. They were the main enemy, and the kingdom of darkness wanted to stop them from preaching or ruin their reputations. So, with this man in the grips and possession of this demon meant a great victory for them. For over 10 years now the demon grew stronger as he settled in his new home. Growing this cult as well, taking it to a great status in the crime world, made a name for himself. So much so the government had gotten involved to a point. A lot of the human government are controlled in most ways by people involved with the kingdom of darkness, so most cases like this were swept under the rug. The only reason it wasn't this time was because of this agent and his determination. Normally Raum would have disposed of someone like Joseph easy, but the Antonellos were his. The two belonged to him and he intended on keeping them in pristine condition, their bodies anyway. The girl was Michael's #1 priority, and he hoped it was Joseph's as well. He knew the agent was fuming, he could tell by the clenched jaw and the vein throbbing on the side of his forehead. Michael knew he could take on all the men, but it would risk the child, and he knew Raum knew that as well. Michael placed his back against the agent's and held his sword up in a tight grip. He waited for the agent's call. It was his mission, his demon. The judge was there just to back the agent up. Michael wasn't one to come in and take over the situation, even if he knew better. Others wouldn't learn that way. Raiden had taught him that. People learn from their mistakes, but he would make sure the girl's life would be spared no matter what. She was the #1 priority, even over his own life. Joseph stood glaring at the possessed cult leader with his gun in a tight grip facing downward. David or Raum's skin suit's features were visible only by the firelight from the fire that surrounded them. He was average height, around 6 foot. His dark hair was slicked back and his beard hair neatly groomed. His features were sharp, with high cheekbones and a sharp chin. He almost looked like a British Bond villain, especially while wearing the slick black suit and white dress shirt. Well, look what the woods brought us. Raum's raspy voice disgusted Joseph. An agent, a judge. Oh, my. Raum chuckled lightly as his fingers gripped the crying girl. The others stayed quiet and still awaiting orders. Michael's eyes glanced from robe to robe, waiting for them to budge. Don't forget the brainless scarecrow, Joseph added with sarcasm. Michael grinded at the remark. Raum kept a smile on his face as he continued. Brainless? Hardly. I'm not the one who showed up without backup. He is my backup. Joe was quick to respond again. For a creature as old and so intelligent as you are for sure an idiot. Joseph added. Oh. Raum lifted a brow, wanting to know what the agent meant by that. The demon wasn't easily stirred or insulted. You are on the losing side, or did you forget the back of the book? Michael had to add. If we lose, we are bringing billions down with us, so who is on the losing side now? Raum hissed. Well, count us and that girl out of those billions. Joseph continues to glare at the demon. The demon shifted a bit out of his stiff posture and let out another chuckle. Joseph wanted to knock his teeth out. The way the demon stared down at Joseph, like a leopard taunting his prey. It would be ashamed if the prey fought back. Joe was far from a sheep, he was a sheepdog, and he had the wolf of Benjamin, speaking of Michael's wolf symbolism, at his back. The leopard was no match. Oh, you don't know. Well, let me inform you of a little secret. Raum took a long breath before continuing. You and your sister, you both belong to me. Your great-great-grandma was into Santeria, a form of our false religion from the old country Mexico. She gave you kids to me in order to get her into this country. He laughed a bit. Joseph tried not to show the shock on his face. His bronze features remained hard, but underneath he was in disbelief. Don't you just love religion, one of Lucifer's greatest tricks? Thinking humans can save themselves by what they do or think. Give them a hint of truth wrapped in lies and promise them they could be as God. The same lie Lucifer told Eve, worked then and works now. Humans are so selfish and gullible. God gave you his word and himself in flesh, and they still think they can do as they wish or follow whatever. The demon laughed. Got to love those clauses and generational curses. He laughed again. Joseph's guts sank to his shoes almost when he learned this. His family had always been Christian and followed the Bible. How could this be? Joseph knew a lot about this dark world, but he wasn't aware of this generational curse thing. Even though, I still have to agree to and allow for you to take possession. You can't just possess me. Joseph spat. Oh, but you will, Joe. You will. I have studied you and your family for years, especially your pretty little sister. She will make a fine trophy. You leave her out of this. Joseph bellows. Raum lifted a brow and grins as he kept his cool. Or what? You can't defeat me even with your pet judge. Raum tilts his head towards the judge. Unlike Joseph, Michael kept his cool. The judge needed to lift the agent's spirit a bit, so he reminded him of a little detail. Gen 6, remember that verse. Genesis 6. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. The sons of God are angels who had fallen from their heavenly estate. They were enticed by the women on the earth, cohabited with them, and produced offspring, half human, half angels. This offspring, the Nephilim, corrupted the earth, causing God to send a flood to wipe everyone out, except Noah's family, those who had not been tainted by the angelic sin. Since the Nephilim were only half human, when their bodies died, they became disembodied spirits or demons. Michael explains, Raum is a demon, so he is not as powerful as a fallen angel. Michael reassured Joseph, so yes, I can defeat you. God has given me the power to do so. Michael added, enough with this cat and mouse game crap. Give me the girl. Joseph demands. Raum's smile faded, and his hazel eyes grew black like a shark. Do you really believe that, Agent Antinolo? Raum's voice deepened into a demonic tone. Without a word, Joseph reached down and popped the bullet out of the chamber. It flung up in the air and he caught it in the palm of his hand. He slowly raised the brass up to eye level and glanced at it for a moment before tossing it at the demon. The demon lifted his hand to catch it out of curiosity, freeing his grip and allowing the girl to run towards the agent. The girl clung to Joseph's leg, and he hugged her with one arm to comfort her. The demon cursed at his mistake in an unknown language. With the girl at his side, the agent was much more confident. "What is this?" Raum asked as he balled the bullet in his hand. The demon knew it was a bullet, but wasn't sure why it was being tossed at him. "A trade, it was meant for your head, but instead I will trade it for the girl." Joseph stood tall and sandwiched the girl between him and Mike before chambering another round. The girl clung to Joe's leg. The robed men began to close the circle around them, but paused when Raum lifted his hand. "No, not now. Everything in its own time, in which I have plenty of." The demon stuffed the bullet in his pocket and backed up towards the darkness. "Something for a later time," were his last words before he and his minions disappeared into the woods. Michael lowered his sword and removed his leather jacket. He wrapped it around the little girl before picking her up with one arm. The girl buried her face in his shoulder and wrapped her arms around the judge's neck tightly. Michael glanced over to see Joe still staring in the direction that Raum exited. The judge signed a bit as he used the side of the sword to tap the agent. "Hey, we need to go." Michael spoke as he let his sword drop back to his side. His sheath was in his jacket, so the judge had to carry it. Joseph continues to just stare in the blackness, overwhelmed with emotions. All this was because of what a family member had done to them. It was never going to end until the demon was dead and his army along with him. People like them would never be thrown in jail. The connections and money they had made them immune to any jail cell. The crying girl jolted him out of his thoughts. Joseph holsters his weapon and runs a hand through his hair. He then used the back of his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. It was chilly outside in the Austin night air, being close to wintertime, but the sweat was not from the temperature. Without a word, Joseph turned to face the judge. The two had an unspoken moment before heading back towards the car. Chapter 10. Back at the agency, the little brunette girl sat on Michael's desk eating her third bag of chips, while Michael fetched her a soda. Meanwhile, Joseph was in his office making phone calls, letting his boss know about what went down, as well as trying to figure out who this missing girl was. He needed to call child services and figure out what to do with the poor little girl. She had been through so much, Joseph wondered how she was keeping it all together. A normal adult would have broken, and this was an 8 or 10-year-old sitting in the office eating Lay's potato chips quietly. Michael walked back in the office and handed the little girl a can of Coke. He patted her head gently and lovingly before walking towards Joseph's doorway. The judge leaned his back on the door frame, so he could keep an eye on the girl, as well as speak to the agent. "So," he spoke after a long sigh. Joseph hung up the phone and walked around his desk to stand beside Michael. "So, the Child Protection Services are on their way. Hopefully, we can figure out this little one's parents." "Did she say anything?" Joseph asked as he kept his eyes on the little girl. Michael shook his head. "No, but she sure is putting them chips away." He chuckled lightly to lighten the mood. Joseph walked past Michael and towards the girl. He lifted his slacks up and squats in front of the girl. The little girl ate and swung her foot back and forth slowly. She kept her eyes on the bag in her hand. "How are you doing?" Joe asked. He was awkward around the young girl. He didn't have kids nor never worked with them before. "I'm okay." The little girl spoke softly. "What is your name?" the agent asked. A long pause drifted as the girl took a sip, put the can down, and picked the chips back up. Gabrielle Harrelson or Gabby. Hi Gabby, I'm Joseph, and his name is Michael. He pointed towards the judge who was still standing in the doorway. Gabby turned around, waved, and smiled a little. She finished her last bag of chips and put the empty bag on top of the other empty ones. Gabby, do you have a mommy and daddy? He asked, but Gabby looked like she was in her own world, and she pointed out his bruises on his face. I had those before, they hurt. She bent over and kissed his forehead. That is what Grandma always does. She says they will make it all better. Joseph smiled warmly at the sweet little girl. I live with Grandma. Mommy died when I was a baby, and Daddy had to go away to work, so Grandma is watching me. Her eyes went to her hands in her lap. Do you know where Grandma lives or her name? Joseph asked. Gabby tried to think out loud. The ladies at church call her Sister Harrelson or Mattie. It is the small church outside of town, I think. Gabby whistles her nose a bit. That is really good, Gabby, thank you. I will try and find your grandma, okay? Joseph smiled as he stood up slowly. Okay. Gabby picked up her Coke again and took a sip. The agent walked towards the judge, and Michael made his way towards Joseph. The two gave each other a shrug look before glancing back towards the child. Joseph sighed deeply and ran his hand over his goatee. I don't understand people and Raum, like I know about the cult and what they are doing, but what drives a person to be that evil to do something to an innocent child? It goes all the way back to the Tower of Babel. When God messed up the common language, the people scattered and took it with them. It was man's first attempt at forming a one-world religion, and to serve other gods and mostly himself as God. All the religions and cultures and false gods come from that time. Paganism at its roots. A lot of it is in today's culture. Subtle things like so-said innocent Valentine's Day or simply blowing out a candle on a cake, to the more blatant like the pentagrams and witchcraft. It is woven in every culture around the world, from trolls in London to Halloween. It goes back all the way to the Tower and man's attempts to be their own god and do what they wanted to do. The first sin, the first lie the serpent told Eve, that ye shall be as God. Michael paused. That cult, they really think they are funny, with playing all these games and letting Raum lead them. Joseph added, they think it is all fun and games, but it isn't a game. We have consequences on what we believe and celebrate. People just go along with things without looking into them. Watching things, playing with occult stuff is opening yourself up and giving them legal grounds to get to you. Mentally, by voices or physical. The devil doesn't play by the rules. They are being lied to, and if they won't accept the truth and repent and quit doing these things, then I will have no choice but to end them as well. The agent nodded in agreement. It is just going to be difficult to explain this to the boss. They still think I am crazy after all the signs and such. Joseph rolled his shirt sleeves up and stuffed them in his pocket. The West, Americans and some Canadian places are blind to the spiritual aspects of this world. It is normally rationalized or wrapped in deception. The rest of the world knows there are spiritual things and understand that. I understand your struggle, but I am sure they believe since they allowed me to come in. Michael stopped talking when he noticed the little girl hop down off the desk and walk towards them. I'm sleepy, but I am scared the crow man will get me. She wiped her eyes a bit. The judge walked towards her and took a knee to get face to face with her. His voice was calm and sincere. Like Joseph, he wasn't used to being around children, but he was less awkward. He always wanted kids but knew he would never have any unless he would adopt. Grace was the only woman he loved, and she passed due to cancer. Gabby, there is no need to fear. The demons have no true power, all they have is fear. They can use your thoughts against you. All he has is lies, and if you believe those lies, he can tear you up. But he said I was his. The little girl started to sob. You belong to no one. All souls are mine, saith the Lord. Do not open yourself up to the lies, Gabby. How do I know the truth? She asked. Well, truth, it is a person, Jesus, who was God in the flesh. The devil and his minions are liars, and he changes his tactics all the time, but God is the same yesterday, today and forever. He gave her a warm smile and wiped her tears away. But what if God is not around? I can't see him, or she was trying to understand. Michael did his best to explain it all to the little girl, but simplifying this for a child was hard for him. God, he is omnipresent, which means he is everywhere at once. He is omnipotence, which means he is all-powerful, and he is omniscient, he is all-knowing. The way Michael spoke to the girl, Joseph knew he was also speaking to him as well. Joseph also had doubts and fears about Raum. No matter how brave a face he put on, deep down he was afraid. But he needed to stay strong, like he did as a child. If not for him, for his sister. He knew he had to tell her everything, but he didn't know the right words to say. Hey sister, the crow man, the thing that haunted us as a kid. Yeah, well, it is great-great-grandmama's fault. Joseph had enough trouble talking to Billie about it as it is. She tried her best to forget it. She tried to think of it as a bad dream and not to bring it up. Joseph and his sister often fought about the situation because Joseph wouldn't let it go. It was like his obsession. Michael stood up but kept his gaze on the girl. She yawned a bit and wiped her eyes again. Let's get you cleaned up and let you sleep. I know a nice Sunday school teacher who can teach you more if you like, he asked. The little girl smiled and shook her head with glee. She reached up and took his hand. Michael held it and walked with the girl out of the office. When the judge and the littlest girl were out of sight, Joseph sighed deeply. He ran his hand through his hair, messing it up a bit. He needed to pull himself together. He was so close to catching this beast and shutting down this cult. He couldn't let the demon get in his head. He was happy and grateful to have Michael helping him. The judge was knowledgeable and understood what they were up against. They need to find this Gerald, the picture of the man the wolf had in the barn. Hopefully, he could shed some light on what was going on, as well as help the pair. A 3-strand cord was harder to break. The agent turned and walked back to his office. He loosened his tie and slumped in the chair a bit. The battered and bruised agent was worn out, and his morale was low, but he would not give up. He was so close, and all these years for chasing, there was no turning back now. He simply glanced up and said a simple prayer. God, please help me. Chapter 11. The room was large and ominous. Raum sat in a low-light space in a large leather armchair. The only light shining was the lamp beside the chair, showing a soft glow. His leg was crossed over the other, and one of his arms was propped on the arm of the chair. His knuckles moved the brass bullet up and down as his dark eyes watched. It was the bullet Joseph had tossed at him. The Antonello boy was always one step behind him, but Raum enjoyed it. Soon enough he would possess him or his sister, and seal the deal made by the boy's great-grandmother. However, one would have done the job, but Raum was greedy. He wanted both siblings. They would both do fine for the plans he had in mind, but first he needed to grow his small army and wait for the winter solstice. Then he could do it, perform the ritual and set the plan in motion. A soft knock brought Raum to the present. He clutched the bullet in his fist, so whoever was knocking would not see it. "Enter," he spoke, and the door opened. A stocky broad-shouldered male walked in and closed the door behind him. The man's blonde hair was cut short, and he sported a suit with no tie. Don Raum smiled slightly as his eyes slowly glanced up at him. "Yes, Lord Raum." The man stood at attention, ready for orders. "I see your mutts failed to capture my little Joe. Nor did they find that preacher." Raum frowned. "We have an even bigger problem. A judge has joined the scene." "I thought you dispatched them?" Raum asked, letting his hand rest in his lap. "The Austin judge is in the ICU under critical care. They must have sent another. As for my wolves, they are tracking down Gerald as we speak." Don replied without looking down at his boss. "Little vampire, are you sure you can run this operation, the casinos and the wolves?" Raum asked. Don was a vampire, but not like the cliché kind. He had to file his teeth to a point. He also drank blood and ate flesh, but sunlight didn't kill him, it only annoyed him. Silver and wood stakes were all fairy tales. The demon had turned the mobster in order for him to aid him in his mission. He was the muscle of his operation, a general of sorts. He looked over operations at his money-laundering casinos and dealt with problems he had. "Yes, sir." His blue eyes glanced down at Raum. "Out of everyone, I want Gerald the most. He was my second in command, his betrayal cut me the deepest." His anger was suppressed as the vampire clenched his fist. Raum kept a smug smirk on his face as he watched and listened to Don speak. "Good, I am only making sure you can handle things. It seems this little hiccup will not happen again. Correct?" he asked the male that stood before him. The demon stood up and placed a hand on Don's shoulder and squeezed. He leaned in to whisper into his ear, "I made you and I can unmake you." His hissed in a demonic tone as his eye flashed black. Don froze and did his best to not let the pain in his shoulder show. The demon went to speak, but one of the female cult members knocked on the door and opened it. The demon removed his hand from Don and held it open for the female. Raum smiled as he stood up straight and beckoned the woman inside. "Come in, my dear." The female walked to Raum and grabbed his hands, kissing them. "Raum, the people gather and wait for your words." She kept her head bowed. The people in his cult worshipped Raum as a god. The crow necklace around her neck showed her devotion to the demon. Raum had built this cult for some years now, showing the people false signs and wonders. People were so easily fooled. A few magic tricks and a few healings and they were wrapped around his fingers. It also helped that this body was the son of a preacher, so that added the trust factor. Even some of the people from the pastor's church left to follow Raum, or David Brooks, Raum's vessel. After he collected a large congregation, he slowly began to radicalize them. Much like other cults, all the women were his. He often branded them or gave them the crow necklace as a sign. He then made his real name known, and gave them the lie of his deity. An ascended master from far away residing in this human body here to help them find their inner deity and guide them. A bunch of New Age bull, but the humans ate it up. The cult had recently moved out in the country since the old compound was destroyed in the FBI raid a year ago. It was a small bump in the road, but it gave Raum the push he needed. He turned it into a sign that he was the true savior and they were out to stop him. Tell the others I will be out shortly." He smiled and kissed the female. She bowed and walked out, closing the door behind her. Don stood beside Raum, remaining silent the whole time. He made his way down the large hallway and towards the meeting hall. The large building was still being built. Raum passed men in the hallway who were still putting the sheet rock. They stopped and bowed down to the demon. Raum kept his face forward, although he could see them out the corner of his eyes. He soaked up the worship as he made his way closer towards the meeting hall. Don wasn't far behind. The vampire was Raum's loyal subject going on 20 years now. It started with the man lying in a ditch dying from a hit from his old mob boss. Don's life from an early age was entangled in the criminal scene. He made his way up the ranks of his family's business. That business was the mob, running everything from guns to money up and down the Baltimore streets. Don was so wrapped up in that lifestyle that it almost caused his death. The boss and uncle had Don whacked when he heard rumors of him speaking to the police. All this was false, however it was the one spreading the rumors who was in bed with the feds. Don was blamed and taken out to be made a lesson to anyone who would rat. The betrayal left lasting scars deeper than the one the bullets made. This is why Don was so hard up to getting Gerald and killing him. It was also Raum's wish, and Don served the demon with obsessive devotion. Like the others, Don in his own way worshipped the demon. Unlike the cult, he knew exactly what Raum was. They saw him as an ascended master, or some other worldly god come down to save them. Don knew he was a devil and didn't care. Raum adjusted his suit coat jacket and made his way up the platform. The couple hundreds of people fell quiet and watched his every move. Don took his place towards the back of the stage as a bodyguard. Even though Raum didn't need a bodyguard, he admired Don's loyalty and allowed the vampire to stand on stage with him. The bright sunlight reflecting from the large windows beamed down on Raum and encased him in almost a glow. Theatrics often helped him with his show. The demon took a deep breath and glanced around at the faces staring back at him with anticipation. "Morning, my family. I am glad to see you all well and happy. I see our builds for the sanctuary and housing facilities are almost complete. Praise to the hard-working men who have made this possible. I pray that everything will be complete by the winter solstice." Raum paused for a moment to take a deep breath. He walked slowly back and forth on the stage to allow everyone to see him. The demon was very conceited and vain. He made sure his skin suit would live up to his expectations. The preacher's son's name as well as a smart and charming-looking man. Raum had these people hook, line and sinker. I hope everyone is doing well on the move. It has been a year since the tragedy, but let us look past that. We need to focus on our inward being, the God within. Our third eye needs to reopen so we can embrace our bright future. Another short pause was made as he glanced at Don a moment. We have others trying to destroy what we have built here. This only justified our beliefs, that they are true. Why else would they try and stop us? We must band together and have a greater community now more than ever. Everyone must do their part. The builders, the mothers, the protectors. We all have our part. Now I believe it is time for meditation and centering our Kai. And don't forget the shipment of crystals will be arriving today. Raum placed his hands together in front of him, and gave a slight bow. The others mimicked their leader before turning to file out the room. Don waited till the people were almost out before approaching his master. Raum kept his eyes on the people filing out as he spoke. Find out what you can on the new judge and make sure that pastor is taken care of." He spoke a bit roughly as he turned to the left to walk back to his office. Chapter 12. Billie Antonello the Meek. Billie made her way into the agency with a large beach bag full of food and sweets. Her long black hair swayed as she walked briskly towards the doorway to the entrance. Her yellow sundress complemented her sun-kissed skin well, and her smile was even brighter. Billie was a down-to-earth gal. She was never a flaunt in any way. She wore basic clothes and little to no makeup. She had a natural beauty to her, and she let it show. Billie often wore a warm smile, but she was not one to be crossed. She could have a bit of a temper, but it was rare. Most of the time Joseph was more of the hot-headed one, but she was not afraid to give her 2 cents. The two siblings were close and teased each other often. Much like a normal sibling interaction, but these two had a deeper bond. The trauma they shared tethered them together. Much like Joe, Billie had trouble having other relationships. Instead of law enforcement, Billie put her time and passion into baking. She hoped to have her own shop one day, and for the past 4 years, she had been working under one of the top bakers in Austin to learn the ways of the business. Billie made her way past the front desk and towards the sign-in sheet. She signed her name and they gave her a temp badge without question. The whole agency knew Billie. She often brought in cakes and goodies for Joe as well as others. Birthdays, office parties and any other occasion, they called her for the treats. She made her way towards the back of the building slowly. She switched the bag to her other arm as she walked in the office space without knocking. "Well, I see they put baby in the corner," Billie joked as she looked around the empty office space. Joseph rolled out his office and glared at first, but his frown turned around when he saw the giant bag she carried. "Sis, come to bring me treats?" he asked as he stayed in his chair and wheeled towards her with open arms. "Yes, you and your friend." Billie looked around trying to find Michael. "You do have a real partner, he isn't invincible, is he?" She lifted a brow as her brother snatched the bag from her. He sat it down on an empty desk and began to dig in greedily. "Michael!" Joe yelled as he shoved a cake pop in his mouth. Michael came from around the corner holding a stack of folders. The judge smiled and sat the folders down and made his way towards the Antonello siblings. "Hi, nice to meet you." Michael waved a bit and held his hand out. Billie gave him a warm smile and took his hand firmly shaking it. "I see you still have your sanity, or is it just a front? Working with this loco must have you pulling your hair out." She let his hand go and glanced down at her pig of a brother. He was already on his second cake pop. "I will let that slide. Since you brought me food." Joe opened up the Tupperware of tamales. "I brought you both food, stop being greedy, Joe." She took the Tupperware from him and sat it on the desk. She then reached in to retrieve plates and plastic forks. Michael chuckled at the two's interaction. It reminded him of how he was with his own sisters. "Thank you." Michael took an office chair in front of the desk and waited for Billie to serve him. Unlike Joe, he was patient. Joe rolled his eyes and chewed on the cake pop stick, as Billie made Michael a plate first, then her brother one. "So, what are you guys working on, or can I even know?" She grins a bit as she places a plate in front of Mike and Joe at the same time. Billie then went back to the bag to retrieve water and the rest of the items. Joseph was already digging in like he hadn't eaten in days, while Michael did a quick prayer over his food. "We are looking for a guy named Gerald." As well as trying to sort through all those files. Most are connected, but having to go through all that paperwork is a chore. Michael replied. Plus having to work those cases. Joseph spoke between chewing his food and shoveling it in his mouth. You don't have a secretary or one that could help you all out? Billie asked, crossing her arms. Joe shook his head. No, they told me they are still looking into people who would qualify for this branch. Or to put it in plain words, you are by yourself until stuff goes sideways. Joseph frowns. Well, you are lucky they even have a department like this. They finally agreed with you in setting up their own little Ghostbuster type task force. Billie jokes. Joe gave her an evil eye as Mike chuckled as his face was focused on his food. What are you laughing at? You're right here with me, Superman. Joe snapped back. I don't wear capes. Mike took another bite of his food. Superman? Billie was clueless. Yeah, he has powers, Joe said to Billie. Really? Billie glanced down at Michael. Yes, God has granted us judges certain abilities. Mike sat his empty plate down and glanced up towards Billie. He is better, stronger, faster, Joe joked, quoting an old TV show. Yes, we do possess greater strength and endurance than normal humans, due to the fact we have to take on the supernatural. We can all see into the spirit realm, but other powers are unique to each judge. God has granted me the ability to make weapons. Weapons with the ability to kill the supernatural. Mike explained. That is why he carries Excalibur with him. Speaking of, man, you gotta make me something. Joe grins. Excalibur? Billie was still confused. My sword, he calls it Excalibur, but honestly I never named it. Mike removed the sword from his back and handed it to Billie. Billie's eyes lit up like a kid as she took it. She looked it over a bit. The deep gold and emerald coloring and the etching of the running wolves on the blade. She then gripped the handle and turned it sideways a bit and swung it slowly. Okay, Zena, careful. Joe put his hands up and rolled back. Billie eyed him and pointed the sword at him playfully. You are bringing a knife to a gunfight, sister. He glanced down at his duty gun. Billie rolled her eyes and the two laughed a bit. She handed the sword back to Mike. It is beautiful work, Michael, thanks. Mike placed the sword back in its sheath in his jacket. I wish I could stay and help, but I have to get back to the bakery. Billie went to start packing up her things, but Joe placed a hand on her to stop her. His smile faded as his mood changed to a serious tone. Bill, I have something to tell you. Billie was a bit concerned. Joe was a goofball most of the time, but right now his demeanor scared her. She swallowed hard and nodded as she stopped what she was doing. She stood up straight without a word and nodded. Michael knew the two needed family time, so he rose from the desk and excused himself. He walked back to the pile of folders and continued to file. Joe pointed to the chair and Billie took a seat. Billie rolled it under the desk and faced her brother. I know why Raum is after us. Joe broke the silence. Billie rolled her eyes. This again, Joe. Joe, you need to just let it go. We have been through enough already. He is gone. I think you just want this man that is head of this cult to be him or thing to be that creature, but honestly Billie knew there was good and evil, angels and demons, but she did her best to forget about the events that transpired those years ago. While Joe chased it in his work, she did her best to forget it in hers. Billie, I am serious. It is Raum. We ran into him in the woods a few nights back. Joe spoke firmly. Billie kept her unconvinced look. I know I can be a bit obsessive with this, But Billie, that creature needs to pay for coming after us. Joe ran his hand over his face and tried not to get aggravated with his sister. I finally found a break, and I know why he was and is still after us after all these years. He paused for another moment before continuing. Billie didn't want to argue with him, and she did want to know what he was talking about. Maybe he did find out why that creature was after them when they were children. It would at least give some closure, even though she did accept it and moved on. Joe could not. Our great abuela, well, she did this to us. Billie's eyes went wide for a moment. No, that can't be. She shook her head in disbelief. Billie, it is true. Raum himself told me. And you trust this man, demon, he corrected her. Not at first, so I called Mom. Joe paused a moment. And Mom is in on this too. Billie rolled her eyes and was about to open her mouth to protest more, until Joe tossed a small book on the desk in front of her. What is this? Billie reached out and slid the book towards her to thumb through it. It was her spell book. Abuela told Mom that her mother was deep into Santeria, and it was because of her that they were able to come to this country. I looked up these spells and symbols. They are contract spells as well as others in the Santeria religion. Michael explained the generational curse that goes from generation to generation. This thing haunted our grandmother, our mother, and then came after us harder. When Billie was 10, the demon Raum stalked and tried to steal her from her family. When she refused to go with him, the demon turned violent and attacked her, especially at night when she slept. Even today Billie still sleeps with the light on because of this. This was caused by a generational curse brought on by a great-great-grandmother. How could she do this to them? Billie thought to herself, he told me that we were his, a price for the contract spell our great-grandma did. I am not sure why he did not take anyone else from our family, and I'm not sure why he wants us so bad, but I intend to find out. I am so close, Billie. Joseph went silent in order for his sister to have her input. She may have distanced herself from this issue, but now it was right in front of her. Billie thumbed through the book a bit and sighed deeply. No matter how far and how much she tried to run from this, here it was right back in her face. The nightmare all over again. Chapter 13, 1988. A gasp escaped little Billie's mouth as she sat straight up in her bed. Her eyes wandered around the dark room trying to see what made the loud noise waking her from her deep sleep. Lately she had been woken up every night due to noises like these, or bad dreams. Dreams of crows and an ugly crow-like man trying to catch her. Another loud tap on the window made her cry out in fear. Joe came running in the room of his little sister. The first noise had woken him as well, but when he heard her scream, he came running. Their parents' rooms were on the other side of the house, so they would not hear the noises. Joe flipped the light on to see his sister clutching her blanket and staring in the corner of the room. "What is wrong? What was that noise?" Joe asked. "You heard it too?" the little Billie asked. Joe nodded and slowly made his way towards her small bed. Another sound rang out as a book fell off the shelf. The young boy ran towards his sister and hopped in the bed beside her. An eerie silence left the kids' hearts and breath racing. Another loud bang and a sound of a crow cawing outside the window made Billie scream and Joe stand on the bed. "What do you want?" he screamed in a half-brave, half-scared voice. Again, silence filled the room until their mother barged in. It caused the nervous pair to scream again. "What are you two doing?" She yelled and started to speak fast in Spanish as she fussed the kids, picking up her slipper about to pop them. "Something is in my room, Mama." Billie was crying at this point. "I heard banging and came in here." She is telling the truth. Joe tried to defend his sister, still standing on the bed. "Get off the bed, go to your room, and you both go to sleep. If you wake me or your father again, I will tan your hides." She dropped the slipper on the floor and put her foot in it. Joe jumped down and slumped in defeat. "It is true, Mama," Joe kept on in a whiny voice, but his mother glared at him as he walked back to his room. The next few weeks were the same. Eventually Joe would make a pallet beside his sister's bed and fall asleep holding a flashlight and pop gun. He wanted to protect his sister from this boogeyman that their parents didn't believe. That was until Billie and Joe started having scratch marks. Both would wake up the next day with 3 scratches down their back and sides. At first the mother thought it was them roughhousing, but when Joe came in for breakfast one morning with a black eye, it was serious. "Joe, why do you have a black eye?" his mother gasped as she lifted his chin. "The Crow Man's. He did this when I tried to get him away from Billie," he proclaimed. The mother looked worried and suspicious. "It is true, Mama," Billie defended her brother. "The Crow Man comes every night, either in our dreams or in my room to get us both." Billie spoke up from the table. The mother sighed deeply. The same thing happened to her as a child, but she didn't want to tell or scare the children. "You two need to be careful," was all she could get out. "Hurry up and eat so I can bring you two to school." The mom turned to pack their lunches and held back tears. The siblings didn't quite understand everything that was going on. All Joe knew was he needed to stop this thing from hurting Billie and himself. The Crow Man would only attack them at night, but lately he had been seeing him at school and out the corner of his eyes when he was in the backyard playing. Billie saw him as well. It affected her so much she was afraid of the dark, and her grades were slipping as she slept in class. Joseph's was also slipping, but what was worse was the fights he was getting into. Not only defending his honor but his sisters, as they were being bullied at school for always being together and looking so exhausted. Kids were cruel and teased so easily. The teacher and principal often called their parents in, but the siblings kept to the truth. They told them about the Crow Man in their room and now following them, but the adults did not believe them. The grandma did. She remembered this happening to not only her, but her daughter and now grandkids, but the mother denied it. She was afraid it was nonsense and did not want her or her kids wrapped up in such things. The pair's grandmother knew it was because of the family curse, but was continually called crazy. The family was now Christian, unlike the great-grandma who was into Santeria and witchcraft in the old country. The Antonellos were not deeply devoted as they should be. The mother Hispanic and the father Italian, they came from a Catholic background, but they were not in the truth. Their church rarely taught from the Bible and believed in traditions and works. Not only were they fence Christians, meaning they were not totally committed, but they didn't not have much faith. The family only went to church on holidays and were not fully in the Word as they should be. Months later, Billie sat outside in the backyard braiding her long hair as Joe kicked a soccer ball around in the yard. The two had no friends due to the whole ordeal. It was due to either the kids or the parents being afraid of the rumors surrounding the family. Some thought the siblings were being beaten, others thought they were an evil witch cult, and some were just afraid of little Joe's temper. He would get in many fights at school or in the neighborhood. His emotions were more physical than Billie's. Billie became withdrawn and only would talk to Joseph. She didn't trust no one, and for good reason. They all thought the siblings were crazy. Their mom stood inside the home watching the pair outside. Her heart was so hurt due to all the things going on and nothing she could do to help. It would be Joe's 13th birthday soon, and he would have no friend to celebrate with him. 10 more minutes till supper is ready. She called out to her children before making her way back to the kitchen. She did her best to keep things under control and handle it herself. Their father was always so busy with his law enforcement job, it was often just her raising them. When his mother called out, Joel lost concentration on the ball and it rolled toward the other side of the house. The wooden fence ran along the back and stopped along a small patch of trees. The Antonello's house was the last on the block, so behind them was a small patch of undeveloped woodland. On the other side the patch of trees was the main street going towards the highway. Joe walked towards the ball that stopped in front of a large tree. When he bent down, he noticed a pair of boots in front of it. No one was there before he bent down, but out of nowhere they appeared. He rose quickly with a balled fist ready to fight. The young man that stood in front of him was tall, dark and dressed in black military clothing. His hair was short and black, and his skin was a light chocolate color, but it almost seems to glow an amber hue in the sunlight. He looked to be in his late 30s. With a soft and calming voice he spoke. "Do not fear, Joseph," he said with a warm smile. The man bent down and picked up the ball and held it out to the young boy. Joe was still cautious and stood there ready to fight, ignoring the ball. The man kept a smile as he dropped to one knee to be eye level with Joe. "I know you and your sister are going through some things, and I was sent to help." The man kept eye contact with the young boy. Joe dropped his hands in surprise. "You know about the Crow Man?" he asked, surprised. The man nodded slightly. "Yes, and I was sent to give you something to fight him." The man reached in his back pocket and pulled out a water gun. It was small in his hands, but it fit Joe's perfectly as he reached out and took it. "A water gun?" Joe asked as he shook it and heard the liquid inside swish around. "Yes, it has holy oil inside. It should help you defend and defeat the evil Crow Man," he explained. Joel looked over the plastic gun in wonder on how it would help. "Have faith, Joe, you and Billie both. For faith, the size of a mustard seed can move mountains." "Yes, sir, I remember my Sunday school teacher telling us that." Joe let his hand and gun drop to his side as he relaxed. The man chuckled a bit and nodded again. "Call me Michael, and yes. Exactly what she spoke about. Trust in the Lord, Joseph. He will give you aid." Michael stood up and Joe looked back down at the gun. He was unsure about it. How was a plastic gun going to help him and his sister? Joe went to speak again, but when he looked up, Michael was gone. Joe looked around trying to find the man, but was cut short due to his mother yelling for him. He stuck the gun in his pocket and picked up the ball. He looked once more towards the woods before running back to his house. That night Joe waited till his parents went to bed before sneaking into his sister's room. Billie was half asleep, half awake when he walked in. "Joe?" she asked, rubbing her eyes looking towards him. Joe had the water gun in his hands as he sat at the end of her bed. "Don't worry, Billie, tonight will be the last night we will have to deal with this Crow Man." He showed her the gun. She tilted her head, not understanding what he was doing. "Michael gave it to me. He said for us to have faith and this will help us get rid of that thing." He sat Indian style at the end of the bed watching the window and closet. "How is a water gun going to stop him?" she asked in a sleepy voice. Michael said it was holy oil, and for us to have faith. God will help us, Billie. He smiled at his sister. She smiled back and settled back under the covers. At this point Billie would welcome anything to stop this thing from attacking her and her brother. The months of terror, sleepless nights and marks were about to push her over the edge. For a 10-year-old it was very traumatic. She didn't know how Joe could keep it together. Joe didn't understand how he kept his sanity. Maybe because he needed to protect his sister. The thing attacked both of them, but he cared about his sister's safety over himself, and it was that kept him fighting and not giving up or giving in to the terror, and letting the thing into himself. The ordeal also helped him discover his faith in God. Even if his parents were not devoted, he wanted to know more about the truth and unseen world underneath. Angels, demons, all the supernatural. He had begun researching the subject at the library as well as with the church down the street. It wasn't his normal church, but they had most of the answers he needed. Joe wanted to be a cop like his dad, but in a different branch. Maybe there was a place where he could help others who dealt with this very thing him and Billie were going through. If not, then maybe he could make his own business. It was a lot for a young kid, but the situation they face matured them faster than most. Joe didn't want anyone else to go through this like him and Billie. Billie just wanted this to be over with. She wanted it done and over with, to forget it, much like how her mother did. 3 rolled around and the siblings were fast asleep. Billie was asleep under her lamp holding a stuffed animal for comfort. Joe had dozed off with his hand under his chin and the water gun in the other. As much as he tried to fight sleep, it overtook him. The crow landed on the window sill and pushed it open slowly and soundlessly. The window stopped and the bird flew inside, landing on the floor. Once inside, the bird slowly released black smoke, transforming into a humanoid crow-male mix. It had legs of a bird, a torso and long arms of an anorexic male, and the head was of a sickly crow. The body was all black with red glowing eyes. Black smoke curled off the feathers of the creature as he slowly stepped toward the children on the bed. Billie smelled the familiar smell of smoke and sulfur which caused her to stir. Billie awoke to the creature creeping toward them. She didn't scream, but she did use her foot to poke Joe at the end of the bed. Joe jumped awake and his eyes went wide when he noticed the thing coming towards them. He jumped up and fumbled to point the water gun at it. The crow paused mid-step and glanced at the boy. The moment of silence was broken by laughter going from it. "What is that?" he asked. It was the first time the creature spoke. It was shocking to the children and they did not respond. "A toy?" he asked and let out a sinister laugh. The laughter caused Billie to hug her animal tight in fear to avoid crying out. Joe grit his teeth and held the gun out like he saw in the movies. The crow noticed the boy was serious and his eyes narrowed on him. He slowly approached the boy in a taunting manner. "I sense anger. You no longer fear me, but Billie." He tilted his head to look over at the crying girl. "You will no longer hurt my sister or me." Joe yelled and began to squirt the oil on the creature. The oil hit the thing on the chest, and it let out an inhuman screech. Joe kept squirting and didn't let up. The oil hit the thing over its body, making a sizzle sound as welts bubbled on the skin of it. The crow did his best to get away from the boy. He tripped over toys and turned over bookcases and whatever else was in the room. The noise for sure would wake his parents, but Joe didn't care. The oil that Michael gave him was working. Billie stood up in her bed, still clutching her animal as she cheered her brother on. She hopped off the bed and grabbed a jump rope. With her newfound bravery, she ran over to trip the thing and wrap the rope around his legs. Joe ran over and stood over the screaming and screeching crow, and continued to shoot the oil on it. The creature clawed at the floor as he tried to get away from the children. The flesh of the crow turned red from the oil. Feathers fell off and scattered around the room as he tried to scoot away from them. Billie held the rope tight with all her might, as Joe aimed the gun now at the face of the thing. Screams and curses in an unknown language escaped from the beak of the crow. He finally shifted from a humanoid into a half-bald crow, and tried to fly out the window. Joe continued to chase the bird around the room with the gun. Billie began to use the end of the rope to hit the thing. She was angry and fed up with how the creature terrorizes them. No longer would she allow this thing to hurt her or Joe. The bird finally made it to the window and fell out onto the ground breathing heavily. Joe didn't miss a beat. He ran over and continued to shoot the thing with the oil. Then more feathers fell onto the grass as the thing did his best to fly away. Billie was jumping up and down behind her brother, laughing and cheering Joe on. "Finish him, Joe. Get him," she squealed out of joy. "Don't come back here. 'Cause if you do, you will get it again." Joe screamed as he watched the crow finally disappear in the night. He would have jumped out the window and chased him, but he knew they were in trouble enough for the noise. The siblings hugged each other tight as they celebrated the victory of defeating the Crow Man. Suddenly the door swung open and their father stood there with glaring eyes. Their mother was right behind him, cursing in Spanish. The siblings turned to face their parents with a smile. They were in trouble, but they didn't care. They had fought the thing that haunted them and were victorious. The children's faith, along with the anointing oil-filled water gun given to them by an angel, damaged the demon enough for him to flee. Joe grew up and continued to chase after demons. He wanted to figure out exactly what haunted them and how to take him down for good. Joe also wanted to help others who went through what they did. His journey led him to the FBI and currently in the paranormal branch, which was new and appointed to Joe to start up in his state. For years, the children were on Raum's mind, but he would need to build up strength, as well as plan to take them over for possession. 30 years was a long time, but to the immortal creature it was nothing. Now was the time to move in and complete his plan and fulfill the contract. If the Antonello siblings only knew they were just a piece to a larger plot and plan. Chapter 14. Present day. "So, what do we do?" Billie asked her brother. "Find out how to kill him for good," Joe replied. "The Bible, it is the answer," Mike spoke up from across the room. Joe turned and lifted his eyebrow. "I have read the Bible. I didn't see the demon fighting 101 in there." Joe crossed his arms. "It is in there, you just overlooked it." The judge finished filing and closed the cabinet. "Jesus did it, and so did Paul. The Bible isn't just a book of rules and history, it is a guide and shows a battle against good and evil. Everyone on this planet is in the battle whether they know it or not. Put your thoughts under control and in God's hands, and deny anything that is false. We need to stick together on this. The Lord will aid us," Michael chimed in. "Funny, another Michael told me the same thing. He gave me that water gun filled with oil to get rid of Raum the first time." Joe confessed. "You never told me that." Billie rose a brow a bit shocked. "He appeared, gave me the gun and told me the exact same thing before disappearing again." Joe glanced off in the distance, remembering the encounter. So, the Archangel Michael gave you a water gun when you were 12? Billie was a bit skeptical. I was almost 13, and yes, Billie, it is true. How else would I have known about the oil or got in it? Michael was impressed as he listened to Joe's story. Angels do help us out from time to time. Michael took Joe's side. Well, all I had a jump rope, but together we took on the Crow Man and won. We need to work together again, Joe. I won't let you go in without me. I don't want to deal with him again, but if it gets rid of him permanently and stops him from coming after us again, then I will help. Billie spoke up. Joe did not try to deny her or argue. He knew this fight was as much as hers as it was his. We need to find this Gerald. He might have some information about this case. He might also be able to help us put this whole picture together. All I know is that Raum and his cult are not only after you and me for some reason, but they have something else in mind. This man was on their hit list for a reason. Joseph leaned back in his chair. So, how can I help? I want to help Joe, but I'm not an agent, nor do I work for the FBI. Billie brought up. Call it aiding a judge. We have times where we ask normal citizens to aid judges in these matters. It isn't any law of your land, but it is a law in our book. You can stick with us and no one will tell you anything. Michael assured her. All right, but I'm not Daphne and you are Scooby-Doo. She pointed to Joe. Why do I have to be the dog? He sat up quickly. Because you are always eating. She pointed to the fact he was already digging into the snacks again. Joe rolled his eyes as he stuck another sweet into his mouth. I will let you know what we find out from the Gerald fellow. I know you probably have to get back to the bakery. Joe tossed the trash in the trash can. Billie nodded. Yeah, I do need to get back. She sighed. I will walk you back, Joseph. You can finish keying the last of the files in that program. You need to learn it anyway. Michael smiled warmly as he held the door open for Billie. Joseph rolled his eyes in frustration. While you're out, find me a secretary. Joe rolled back to his office. As Billie packed up her things, Michael walked out of the office with her, leaving Joseph alone. His thoughts wandered on to the past. How much Raum had impacted the lives of the siblings. How his whole life has been revolving around this devil and how his personal life was obsolete. Billie was his only form of normalcy, and even that was touched by the demon. Joseph was almost afraid to finish his mission. What would he have after all this was over? He didn't have a wife or children. Him and his mother were not speaking, and he really didn't have any friends. The agent didn't really have any hobbies either. Sometimes he watched TV and movies and a few video games. His life was his work and it was a bit scary. Joseph shook his head. He chose this life and it was up to him to finish it and continue chasing the evil that ran this world. No time for regrets now. Joe rolled his chair behind his desk and began to investigate this Gerald Rousseau, as well as file a couple sightings about strange lights in the sky over Austin lately. Videos and reports flooded the local police office about strange orbs and diamonds dancing in the night sky. Most, though it may be drones, but the way the light moved and suddenly disappeared, it was apparent it was not drones or anything man-made that was appearing and disappearing. He sat the lights phenomena to the side and picked up the file on Gerald. He was an ex-mobster turned preacher. He resided in a little town not far from Austin and kept a low profile. The file spoke of the preacher having worked for Don Lombardi in the past. Gerald looked like a scary guy, but this Don, he looked like a wish order Matt Damon. Something about him looked off, and Joseph mumbled to himself as he kept reading into this Don. Of course. He shook his head and he discovered this Don was running casinos and other business for Raum. This Gerald was a top priority for the agent. He would shed some light on the operations behind the scenes of Raum and this Don, and hopefully give some solid evidence and a statement, so Joseph can continue to build his case to take Raum down. Joseph updated his case file, as well as the file on the new system Michael set up for him. Chapter 15. Michael walked beside Billie as they headed back to the bakery shop where she worked. Billie felt a sense of comfort around the judge. She felt safe and not awkward. Joseph trusted Michael and Billie felt she could trust him as well. Like her brother, Billie really didn't have any friends. She had co-workers and fellow college classmates, but no one really who she was close with. A lot of it stemmed back to her childhood trauma that still affected her in many ways till this day. "So, you from around here?" Billie broke the silence. "I'm from Tennessee originally, but since I joined the Wandering Judges, I travel a lot," Michael explained. "Wandering Judge?" Billie asked. "Most judges control a certain area or district, but if there are more than one sibling, they can choose to go other places and aid other judges. The firstborn is to take up after the parent judge passes away or is unable to rule, and if there are more than one child, they can choose to stay and help or wander about aiding others. I have 2 sisters, so I decided to wander about helping others. Plus, it allows me to travel and meet new people." He smiled down at her as he kept his arms in his jacket pocket. Billie clutched her bag and listened with interest. This whole underground world was fascinating to her. All this time she just thought her brother was looking too much into things, but all this time he was right. "And you kill these supernatural things?" she asked. "Most times I do, if they are a major threat to others, but Sasquatch, man, he is difficult to catch," Michael joked. "He is real too?" Billie asked. "Yes, but then they are not much of a threat. He stays away from humans." Michael chuckled. "I see." Billie had a ton of questions, but she didn't want to bombard him. "Raum is, however, and that is why you and your brother need to stick close. He wants both of you, and I believe what the angel spoke of is correct. You 2 together in one faith pose a threat to him," Michael explained. "I understand, it is just hard for me." She sighed a bit. Billie was still a bit hesitant about getting involved with supernatural again, but she knew her brother needed her like before. "I know it must be hard. You 2 were thrown into it with no training or understanding. I grew up in this war, and I have lived in it all my life. I understand it must be rough, especially dealing with other siblings." He chuckled to make light of the conversation. "I have 2 older sisters, they can be a pain at times, but there is nothing I wouldn't do to protect them. That is what Joe is trying to do. To protect you as well as bring an end to this lifelong fight with Raum. I am here to help and make sure you 2 succeed, but it would go a lot smoother if both of you were on board." Michael stopped when Billie did in front of her shop. She took in everything he spoke of and nodded. He was right. "I will do my best to help in any way," she reassured the judge. "Great, I can train you 2 a little, so when the time comes you can be ready." Michael opened the door for her. "Thank you, and thank you for looking out for Joe. He can be a little hot-headed and run into things without thinking." She gave another warm smile. "Yeah, I know, we will work on that. Michael kept his smile as she walked into the bakery shop. He gave her a wave before making his way back to the agency. It was some day for Billie. Tons of repressed memories flooded back into her mind. It would have been too overwhelming to most, but Billie was strong, and she learned to push through and endure at an early age. After she picked up her bag, Billie twisted up her long hair into a bun, and began to wipe down the counters of the bakery shop. It was a nice-size shop with a sort of vintage feel. The shop had been there for many, many years, and Billie always wanted to work there, even as a little kid. She enjoyed making sweets and creating cakes. She believed it helped her and others feel a sort of comfort. It was well into the afternoon, well past lunch, so the place was empty. It was a perfect time for her to clean up everything and take inventory. That was until the bell on the door rang as someone entered. "Hello, welcome." Billie spoke without looking up as she finished cleaning the counter. The other girls were in the back preparing for the next day's breakfast rush, as well as other orders to go out. Billie made her way back behind the other side of the counter, and glanced up to see the man walking towards her slowly. As Billie stands behind the counter smiling, Raum walked closer towards her. "She doesn't know who I am in this human form," Raum thought. In fact, Billie didn't. Joseph never showed her a photo nor told her the name of the vessel he resided in. Raum glanced around the bakery a bit as he walked towards the glass counter. He placed his hands in his pockets as his brown eyes wandered over the sweets cased in glass. Her scent was even sweeter than the various cakes and treats. Her soul and body are what he really wanted to possess, but things like that took time. She had to open herself up to him and invite him in. He could not just take and possess her or her brother. Even though both children were promised to him, they had to agree. Joseph would make a fine and strong vessel, one with a position in government and power, and Billie, she would make a fine bride. It was considered incest, but demons were vile and disgusting creatures. They did not care about taboos or laws. Royals were wed all the time in the past. Who do you think gave them the idea? Him and his foul siblings, of course. The more perverse sin he could create, the better. Raum grins as his own perverse thoughts as he finally glanced up at her. He smiled a toothy grin and introduced himself. "Evening, miss. I am looking to place a large order for an event I am hosting later this month. A Halloween party for my church and guests." He approached the counter where she was standing and stood motionless. Billie nodded and grabbed a notebook and pen. It was a bit strange having a Halloween party for a church. Billie thought the two should be completely opposed to each other, but he was a customer of the bakery. "I am sure we can help you with that. Any idea on what you will want?" She wrote down the date of Halloween and the year, and waited for him to continue. "Oh, a few cookies, maybe some ghost cake balls and cupcakes. I want one large cake to be the centerpiece of the whole thing." Raum watched her scribble the info down. "Any ideas on that, or you want to look at a catalog or?" she asked. "Oh, I am sure you can come up with a grand idea. Something unique perhaps?" Raum inquired. "I can draw up a few ideas and run them by you if that is okay." "Mr.?" She asked for his name. "David Brooks." He gave her the name of his vessel and the phone number to his secretary. Close quote, "Just call me when you have something, and I will be right over to discuss further." He spoke softly towards her. "I would love for you to join. The party, that is. Maybe it would be a good business opportunity since I have a few couples in my church looking to be wed soon." He grins. Sure." I can gather a few ideas and let you know something soon, Mr. Brooks. She finished scribbling the info down and stretched out her hand to shake his. He took her hand and kissed the top of it. Forgive me, I am a bit old-fashioned. He smiled up as he still clutched her hand delicately. Billie smiled nervously and tried to hide her blushing. He looked to be about middle-aged, only a few years older than herself. He was very handsome for a pastor. Raum, or David, gave her a coy smile as he let her hand slip from his. I hope to be in touch. He asked again as he backed away from the counter. Yes, sir. I will be sure to call you. And possibly set up a meeting with you and your wife. She nodded. Oh, there is no Mrs. Brooks, but if you would feel more comfortable, I can have my secretary join. Clever girl. Not meeting alone with him though. Covering her bases as to not be caught flirting with a married man. Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed. Sure, that would be great. She felt a bit awkward about the current conversation. Billie was just careful. She didn't want to be alone with a male stranger she just met, even if it was for business. It was mostly likely her father's caution that was instilled in her, being he was an officer. No need to be sorry, miss. Raum glanced around the room once more, keeping a smile on his face. Billie, you can call me Billie, Pastor Brooks. She smiled. Nice meeting you, Billie. Hope to hear from you soon. And with that he turned and exited the bakery. Chapter 16. Gerald Rousseau, the convicted. Early life. Growing up on the streets was not that easy for Gerald. His single-parent dad was never home due to working non-stop to support him and his younger brother David. This caused great trouble in the home for everyone. His younger brother David ran off as soon as he could to the military, while Gerald sought the easy way or money. He moved up the ranks from thief, to hustler, to runner, all the way up to a gangster in the city Chicago. Don the vampire caught word of the ambitious male and invited him into his inner circle. He was still building his new crew, and thought a young lad like Gerald would make a loyal and great fit. Gerald grew close to Don and even considered him a father figure. He knew about the blood drinking and vampire status, but figured it was just a lifestyle and a front to seem more intimidating. He knew nothing of the supernatural. Gerald grew accustomed to the finer things in life. Cars, women, drinks. You see, the brute made a living in the city of perdition, Chicago, as a personal bodyguard and hitman for the main mob boss in the city. The city wasn't shy of the supernatural, the creatures were just great at hiding it, along with the aid of witchcraft and illusion. Gerald was never really an evil man. Yes, he did bad things such as murder and violence, but never to an innocent person. It was always crime against crime for him. Gerald was reserved and quiet. Not one to boast or be prideful, even though he could with his skill set. Most times he was to himself. Others thought he was strange for this, but it did help in his persona of a tough guy. Gerald was ignorant of the supernatural but loyal, and did as he was told without questioning, but the life of sin never ends well. You reap what you sow, and Gerald did a lot of sowing. As cliché as it sounds, Gerald slipped up in his job because of a woman and a conscience. The woman Gerald had come to have feelings for was a redhead that worked at the casino. She wanted to quit and move out of the city for better things, but once you are in this lifestyle it is hard getting out. The ginger even begged Gerald to run away with her, but he chose to stay and served on. She could not leave unless in a body bag, so Gerald provided that bag. He told everyone she died when in fact she slipped away to her freedom. That was a big mistake. The love of his life left and caused Gerald to become sloppy in his job. This incident, as well as another hit gone wrong, sealed the gangster's fate. The man Gerald was supposed to kill began to spill the truth on everything. He told Gerald what Don was and the real operations. The true crime behind the scenes and how they trafficked aborted fetus, children and adults for adrenochrome. Don did this for his boss Raum, a demon who ran a cult with other plans the male did not know yet. It was this reason Gerald was sent to kill him, because he knew too much. The man explained what adrenochrome was. Adrenochrome produces naturally through the oxidation of adrenaline, epinephrine, by natural enzymes of blood. Adrenochrome does not reduce excitation and does not lose temporary connections, as with LSD. Given the above facts, it can be deduced that adrenochrome occurs naturally is a chemical process in relation to adrenaline. If excitation can be defined as terror, fear, sexual climax, then by adrenochrome not reducing excitation, suggests in conspiracy that there is a desire for prolonged excitation with adrenochrome not losing temporary connections as with LSD, suggests in conspiracy that there is a desire for prolonged side effects. Rituals to extract were being done by the cult Raum ran. They all fed off this drug as well as sold it to top millionaires, bringing more power into the hands of the demon. Adrenochrome is a drug that can only be found in the human skull pineal gland of an infant, whose blood has been adrenalized with fear then killed, which now makes a multi-billion-dollar black market industry. That had been going on for thousands of years. In the past, when they would do human sacrifices to the gods and have drunken orgies, the same horrible rituals from the past continued today, but it was just well hidden. The cult of Raum was guilty of spreading this drug to others in their inner circles. Celebrities, politicians, and the rich alike were in the grasp of this demon. An underground army supplies him money, cover and worship. Don helped Raum in all this, and the others did as well even if they knew it or not. The casino was just a front. The gambling and money covered a great atrocity. The man even explained that he was close to discovering another plan nesting in amongst such depravity. That he got too close, and that is why Don had Gerald come for him. The plans were to something much darker, but the reporter was unable to discover the whole truth. Only pieces which he had hidden in case such a time as this. Pieces he would share with the mobster if he spared his life and helped him escape. Gerald's now soft heart had compassion on the man, as well as anger toward Don. How could he do such wicked things? Gerald was disgusted at what he found out and allowed the man to live. Everything had made sense. The whole blood drinking and odd behavior that Don and certain others portrayed. It must have been why his lady love wanted to escape. Gerald had just brushed it off as odd in the past, but this truth made more sense. It opened the gangster's eyes, and the pity he felt for the male reporter was the same pity he had for the redhead. This caused Gerald to let him live. Gerald left the man and went to confront Don. The man who was his closest friend and father figure, who had been doing truly evil things. Being a mob boss, murder was one thing, that was killing other idiot criminals. But this was dealing with kids. That was a whole nother level of evil. Don was not shocked at the fact Gerald finally found out. What shocked Don the most was the fact Gerald would not continue to do as he was told. The vampire did not wish to kill Gerald, he was close with the man, but he could not allow him to walk away or try to come after him and his operations. Don couldn't allow this mistake to happen. He had heard word of Gerald helping a female escape a few months back, and though nothing of it, but this reporter, he could not forgive. The reporter was out to expose the vampire and his demon master. Even though Gerald was Don's closest friend and best hitman, Don made the decision to kill Gerald. He knew Gerald would be a huge problem. Gerald would not continue to serve Don with the truth of everything coming to light. He could possibly kill the vampire, so Don had to kill Gerald, and quickly. This would also make a statement to Don's enemies, letting them know not even his own people are safe when they cross him. The vampire had Gerald taken from Chicago down south to Texas. It would be far away from his current operations. It was ironic to say the least. The same action that was done to Don in the past. How his boss had him killed and that birthed him to become a greater monster, Don did to Gerald. Don's werewolf pack did his dirty work for him. They took him out in the middle of nowheres and beat him to death, but Gerald didn't die. No, God had other plans for him. An older aged pastor found him on the banks of the canal and took him in. The pastor treated Gerald's wounds and taught him a better way. Gerald stayed and helped in the small church, learning about God, and eventually became saved. Gerald's life for a year and a half had its ups and downs. Newly saved, he often fought with his past. He had a hard time not only forgiving those men, but forgiving himself and the awful things he had done. He also had to adjust from living in a big city to this small backwoods town. It all seems to be going smooth